Hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone had a good weekend as well. Just getting the last couple of things sorted. Don't lie to me, program. Alright, there we go. Ugh. Lordy Lord. But yeah, I hope everyone's had a good time. So to start off, we need to do some little bit of catch up. Hello, Baguette. So what we need to do with catch up is, for this game, it's actually pretty low. I haven't done too much actively in the programming side of things since last week. I did get some assets done. I haven't plugged them in yet. We'll probably do that shortly. Aside from that, I did some research on a couple of things. Yeah, nothing too obscene. I'm trying to think what we're going to be trying to aim for today and getting done. Because we kind of did everything we needed to last week. We should probably be able to patch today. But there's some considerations and design talks that I want to have today, a bit later, that are going to be really difficult to give a good answer to. So, let's go with plugging in the assets anyway, for now, because that needs to get done, and it'll be quite nice once we do. So we have a couple of icons and a couple of animations, particles to add in. I still haven't gotten the ability for full Morcor done, but I have got things icons done. So, give me a moment to get to where we need for that. Create group. Now this is one that I'm still tempted to do some more work, but hey. Alright then. So this is what I've tossed together for now for the passive for full Morcor. Again, might do something with this still. I don't think it's enough. I think it's still missing a lot of things that it should have. really was kind of tired, and this was the last one I did by the time I got this done. Why the fuck is there a bakery in my chat? Alright, so individuals there. Alright, so got that one in. That was the only ability one that I got done. Because yeah, I didn't do Broken Shackles. But I did get, let's see, items. Item equipment. Hellborn collar. Yeah, I got it wrong. It was supposed to be that name there. Okay, I just need to tweak some of these files then. Okay, with that being done now, create group, Hellborn collar. Whole donut, huh? Then you'll be in a whole lot of trouble. Right. Then items, equipment, this is this icon. And then I need to rename this folder here to L1 collar. And then Fluff and Fuzz. So Fluff and Fuzz, I'm still playing around with some of these visuals, but I feel like these have done pretty decently. So here's the icon. It loads. So that's the icon for Fluff and Fuzz. And then let's go to change these. So edit image. And now we have new sprite sheets that I'm going to try in for these that I worked on and see how they look. Come on, Game Maker. Let me go edit the image. Ooh. But yeah, aside from this, what have I done over the weekend? It's just work on the card game, really. Which, my lord, so I've kind of caught up to a point with the tutorials that I was following for card games and all that, where I'm now needing to deviate from them because just simply they're not gonna help me anymore. But some of the stuff I've had to write up very rapidly because of that now, to compensate for the work that I've spent on doing the other one. Quite wild. I can probably show it in a little bit. Alright, so here is our new animation for Fluff. What fucking name is that? Lord, that goes right off the screen. What did I stumble into? I have no idea what's going on. I've just kind of been letting it go. But here we go. So that's... Oh, why is the thing doing that? Okay, there we go. But yeah, that's the one that I made now for the new animation of the fluffy thing. Which I think looks a little bit better. And then this one. This one I'm still tossing up whether or not this looks better, or like, well, it looks better, but I'm tossing up whether this is what I want to end up with. So let me import it for talking about it more. Is Twitch chat working? Yes. Opened it with full intention of seeing me playing with MTG decks. Yeah, that's fair. Was there a delay on the Twitch side, was there? Because, like, I know I've been having a little bit of problems with, some stuff, but I see it. Was there more that I missed out on, or on Twitch I think it lagged? Yeah, that's not too surprising. Like I said, there's a little bit of lag at the moment. I think that was honestly timing devil, because I had to redo some stuff quickly with the chatbot thing that I have, and it meant that everything got a stutter for a bit, so I had to reload the chats. And then it didn't really recover very cleanly after that. I mean, I'd love to tinker with one of the decks that I've got a deck that I want to tinker with at some point. I was tempted to do it this morning, but I had just too much other stuff to sort out. Because I kind of want to see what happens between the difference between taking my Hashiton deck super seriously at some point. Because at the moment, I'm already feeling when it actually has a little bit of momentum going, my god is like really good. I don't know if I talked about this much on the Magic stream, but like at the Friday night, I got to play my Hashiton deck twice. While playing it, the first time it didn't really get to do anything, and that's because I didn't mulligan for my land correctly. Which that happens. Whereas the second time I did mulligan for my lands correctly because I knew what I was looking for at that point, and my god, that game just went so well. I still stand by, I think I may have been able to win it, but I think I didn't count things correctly. It's one of those things of, if I had one more creature, I can't remember if I had one more creature or not, because I know I kept 2 behind. If I had a third one, then I would have had lethal, if I just swung with 2. Or all 3, depending on what creature it was. And if I had lethal, then against the one person, then I would have guaranteed lethal on the other person, I would have won from it. Is what it is. What's with all those breads? I don't know. If someone's gonna do a bit like that, I just kind of have a hard time interacting with that kind of bit, because it's a very self-enclosed bit, and just leave it alone. Miscalculation when... Yeah, like, it's one of those things of I can't remember as well, so I can't reflect on myself correctly, because it's like, if I only did have those last 2 creatures and didn't swing with those 2 creatures, it's fine, because that means that I would not have had lethal either way, and I did play the deck correctly to the best I could. There was nothing I could have done better. Whereas if I did have that one additional creature, then I should have swung and I would have had lethal on that person. But because I can't remember if I did or not, causes that issue. But yeah, no, next time I go in, I'm gonna probably have to look through their, like, the free tokens bucket thing that they have there at my LGS and just grab a shitload of copy cards. Because, my god, you need so many for that deck. And it doesn't come with any. For a pre-con as well, stupid. In fact, I'm kind of tempted to make a token specifically for that deck, just to represent those cards because of just how often I'm gonna have to use them, and then just print out like 40 of them. But yeah, it's weird. Alright, I think we've plugged in all of the new assets, so let's go look in-game and see what, Fuumoka looks like with the icons. And see if there's, like, any weirdness that we can't tell from here, somehow. But yeah, so I'm trying to think of anything that I've like realized that I need to work on. I do have a couple of like soft list things that actually somewhat amusingly, I believe it was on Friday, someone left a message on the itch page for the last patch with like a couple of things. One of which is the reported one, which we've already fixed this, which is Queen of Clothes breaks when dying. Which we figured out was, I believe her healing was not getting, it didn't have a fail check. So if basically checking if the boss even existed or not, and then it tries to run the code. I probably just need to make a thing for that, external, to make it just better. Alright, there we go, cool. So that is Fluff and Fuzz icon. Yeah, so individuals is way too simple, it needs some work. Hellborn collar I kinda like, but I feel like that it's still a bit but I really do like the Fluff and Fuzz icon, because it feels really cool. Like that. I think with the individuals one, I could actually just fill in where their like the faces should be, with or I probably recolor it to their hair and then put a hairband in, something like that. Kind of like I think the hair being the color just doesn't do it. But let me pull up what the person said, because like what they said, I did also respond to them over on Itch. Because I'm always really thankful for feedback like that. Like I try and respond when I can. So if we go look at the Itch page and we go look at the newest patch note, here. So let's see, played 2 runs, making content, but like, it's a lot of fun so far, I'm really looking forward, yada yada yada, which, I'm not yada yadaing away what they say, they're awesome. Screen cap attached, like, this is also really appreciated as a screen cap and, like, an actual thing of the stuff. So, fun fact, if you ever do want to help me with this sort of stuff, if you ever come across an error like this, these are the things that help me the most, is an icon to, like, an image here to show me, roughly speaking, what's actually happening. Right? And a thing here to show me, like, what's actually in the report, so I can go through it much more intensely. Because I can see here very clearly, like, I can see it here, but this gives me the ability to look into it a bit more detailed, which is great. So they said that. Aside from that, things like pause not stopping the game makes it hard to check stats and settings. The controls not displaying the game's fun. So these are these two bits here are really important to look at, and this is what I kind of responded to in this comment here. So I'm gonna pull up Paint while we talk about this, because I think it's really, really important to, again, like, I talk about it in my response as well, but I want to talk about it a lot more intensely here. Why have I got two of the wrong pen? Where is my actual tablet pen? There. I have two real pens next to my tablet. Oh god, this is the... Alright. New. Part of new. Alright, resize pixels, alright, sure. That's not what I want, yeah. I just edited this before. That'll do. Alright. So. What got talked about down here. Again, all of this is public, so if you want to have a read of this properly yourself, if you can't read it easily on the stream. But yeah, like, that. The pause thing's a weird one to explain, but it simply put, the game is intended to be a multiplayer, so the escape screen isn't intended to pause. Whereas the upgrades, will pause for players to make their choices. I've had a lot of feedback around this, and I still haven't come up with something that I'm quite happy with yet, but feedback is important for me to knowing what I might need to make higher priority. And then I agree, I need to have something for controls, keep forgetting to do something about it. We'll see what I can hobble together the next chance I get to do that. So that's probably something we might look at. So the two things we've got really on the docket to kind of view and review upon is alright, no, that's not important. Game pause and controls. Right. So, controls is a simple one, is we just need to add, a way of knowing. Like, so... what are they? And, maybe changes to them as well. The ability to change them. So, that's something we might need to look at. Hackatrust, hey, yeah, how's it going? So, in a sense, controls is one of those ones where it shouldn't be obscenely difficult once we set up an infrastructure for that. And it's something that I have been meaning to do, so maybe it's worthwhile bringing it forward. Game pause is a difficult one because, so as we kind of like talked about with that the comment that I put, is the game isn't supposed to pause outside of upgrades. So the escape menu is not equal pause. Right? But upgrades do equal pause. Right? Right. So now it becomes a question of how do we make it a bit clearer. So at the moment, the escape menu does have the filter come over, the the filter that kind of adds a slight darkish tinge to the game. And that's one of the considerations I kind of have for maybe we need to remove that to make it clearer that this is different. Because there's two answers we have. There's the answer that we should check for if it is a multiplayer setting. If it's not, then pause should work. Like escape should pause. If it is a multiplayer setting, it won't. Alright, so if we go into the game quickly, and we just press pause, you'll see that there's a little tint, right? This this darker tint. Whereas if we level up, you'll see it's also got the darker tint. So that's kind of what I mean, but like maybe that darker tint needs to be removed from the pause. And that might help improve of clarity. Like, that's my immediate thought. Which, I mean, that shouldn't be too hard to do, because I believe I'm just adding that as a thing to the stack of visuals. So I just remove that from the stack. Let's see. That's the player stats window. That's not what I need. I'm looking for... Draw background, that. I love that it's still called pause as well in the code. Probably need to change that as well. Like, I added it because I wanted it a way to have the UI stuff pop forward, so it was easier to read at a glance. But I will agree, having options not changeable easily in a run when you're solo can be rough. So if we go into a run now, that still has a thing, but that does not. Cool. I'm happy with that. Something's changed. I don't think I noticed, but I think the icons are too small now over here. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to fix that at some point. Yawn. What am I getting? So what is this message that I just saw? Let's see. Okay, so that's stuff unrelated to me. Very unrelated to me now. Alright. Dude, I need to hydrate better. Good lord. I keep forgetting. Alright, so I'm gonna add that to the list of things I have done though. In the patch notes. there anything else here that I need to kind of think about? Okay, those are the main things. Hold on. Go back to the dashboard. Okay. So, controls. Do we think it's about time I start working on the control system? Because my intention always was, with controls, is to have the ability to customize. Which is why I've delayed putting a visual thing for controls into the game. So... it's under input management. Get input. Alright, let's make a script to host as our location for this. So... So what is the best, like, is there a simple way of approaching this sort of stuff? Let's have a little look here. For custom controls in Game Maker. Easy control remapping. There is a couple of videos around it. Rebindable / custom keyboard and gamepad controls. Let's have a little look at this forum post. Because I don't want to watch videos. I want to look at things. That is stored the key constant. In this case, jump key would be okay. It's not quite how I do it this way. Alright, so get input's gonna probably get changed. Alright, so let's start figuring out how we're going to handle all the different things for the controller, so like the control input stuff. So what are the things we need to enable? We need to have a list, an info list. We need to have controller support. Which we already do have, we just need to have some other things for this. Input remapping. And controller checking. So, what I mean by controller checking, how do I describe it best? There's ways to check controllers, and it's to go through lists and like create a pseudo list for them, for input devices that are considered controllers by GameMaker, and all that stuff. That's what we're gonna probably need to do, and we'll need to figure that out. Okay, so list info isn't hard to do. That's just gonna kind of happen by default as we do the other ones. Input remapping is gonna be one of the big ones. And how we're gonna handle that is gonna be rough. I'm probably going to move some of how I handle input around. So this is no longer a singular script that's repeated in a lot of locations, but more likely what we're going to do is force in a object and have everything reference the object to get that those variables instead. That might be better than running this full script every single time, because it means that I can handle more complex scenarios. So I'm gonna get rid of the script 63. And we're going to... Is that the correct thing? Where am I going to be doing input management? Input management should be done on the player by accordance to what we've seen. So, to explain what I mean by this, I'll draw a little bit of over here. When it comes to multiplayer, there's two objects that matter. There is the multiplayer object, and then there's the player object. Why these two are different? So multiplayer object is the object that's basically, it exists singularly on all of them, which is what our main controller is going to be. This is why eventually what we're going to actually do is upheave the enemy controller and put it into the main controller. But we're just going to do it in a very particular way, where we're probably going to have it all as scripts separate, and have it all in a good location, and then have the controller just run those scripts. The player object is the thing that is made multiple times per player. So one of these casts to each thing more cleanly, and one of these is created by each player and casts their information when necessary to the other clients to the same object. If that makes some sense. So, if I was to handle something like input, it's probably best handled on the player object itself. However, by that argument, we'll probably do what we were saying about with the multiplayer object. So we're going to probably handle it in a script. And handle like all of the ups and downs there. So we probably need a there. That's all your model to sell on Booth. Yep. So this is not my model. This is a model I found over on Booth. If you look in the description of the YouTube channel, you'll see the link to where it is. I do not claim any rights to this model. It is not mine. It is whoever made it over there. That is the original location I got it from. Yeah. And I am using the free version of it. Because, simply put, I wanted to try VTubing, and this was the easiest way to get into it. And to be a VTuber, you do not need to be spending hundreds or thousands of dollars. It's the main thing. Okay, so what do I need for keys? I need to set all of the input types. There goes. Let's see. VK. Left. There's not a VKA, right? Yeah. No, I have to do... and then... add one. Oh no, it's pad left. Yeah. Well, the same price of a bike. Yeah, like, models are... a lot of people make the mistake of thinking models need to be expensive. I've got a free version right now. As long as it's got the legality that you're fine with, this one allows for the person to use it for streaming in any capacity, as long as they reference. That's important. Booth's a great place for that sort of stuff. Going and looking. So, don't fall into the trap of thinking you need to pay for a model to get started. You don't. And if you are going into it with the expectation of putting a shitload of money into it, then good luck. You're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. Unless you have a pre-established brand or anything like that, it's normally not the wisest idea to go into a business model where you don't have any way of guaranteeing business, right? But everyone has the right to spend their money however they wish. So I'm also not gonna say you can't. It's your money. I just took the this route. And up. So, VK up. W and GP add U. Yep. Okay, down. S. Add down. So that's the core controls. Menu is going to have let's see. So we have escape and enter are the main two. So I'm actually just in the code going to call this escape. So for this we need VK escape. I don't think I have a... Yeah, so it's GP start. The reasoning here is that there's nothing really else to give it. I guess what we should probably do is give it a -1 here. With the rationale that we make a system so it's very strictly everything has 3 things you can select between. And if it's -1, then there's nothing there inherently. So enter is E and face 1. So EX is going to... Oh, that's a bit janky. So it is Q or shoulder R. Is there anything else that I can think of to activate the ult? No. Now, this one was VK tab. And I think shoulder B. So the first two will always be keyboard ones, the last one will be controller ones. And it's the rule we're making here. So you get 2 on the keyboard, 1 on the controller for triggering it. I could sub them around a little bit, but I think this is enough for now. Especially knowing that I'm gonna rip this out of here anyway, and put this into an INI save-based thing. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this away, we're gonna make we've got a save thing at the moment, so we'll just plug into that, and we'll make all of these the defaults, is the actual idea. The mouse ones, I don't think we're gonna do allow for changing, because I think those are like locked in essentials. Left. What is this one? Mouse wheel up. Mouse wheel up. M scroll down equals mouse wheel down. So R and T, and then C. So do I have a reroll for thing? Face 4. And then, banish equals T minus 1. B face, I think it's face 3. And what is... Do I have auto-targeting for anything there? No, I don't. So that's right trigger, right bumper. So I guess left bumper? For auto-targeting on controller. Oops. And then we'll have debug ones as well. That we'll go through. We'll show you most of these ones. Alright. Okay, so this is not quite what I'm gonna want to do. How am I gonna want to handle this? Because I'm probably going to want to segment these out. Somewhat. So, I think we're going to do get input core. For example. I'm also going to put up the top here, and for now, I'm just going to do put 0, and I'll fix that up shortly. Okay, how do I want to handle this? Because, like, I could do individual functions for each one. And then collate them into things. That's running a lot of checks, though. I mean, I am segmenting it out, so I'm running less checks in total. And passing out less data than normal. So maybe it's worth it. Does this need to be reset every frame? Or is this a variable, is this a function that can only, that needs to only be set once? It is a one-off run. I only need to run it once. Got it. So that's been a mistake on my end. Okay, so layout of this. I mean, it is probably just best to just do the things, right? Just rip full sections. Also, I should probably just have these in there as well. Actually, yeah. So we do that. And then what we might do quickly is just for now, I'm just gonna have if not if input is not equal -1. Return. Okay, and then God, my brain was about to write, is it like for I in range? I've been using Godot a little too much at the moment, I think. No, it's 0. Oh yes, it needs to be provided with 0. Okay, probably should do that then. And then, return. There we go. And then I'm gonna copy this. Without the pressed. There we go. So then this just becomes run input left. And it does exactly the same. And then this becomes run input pressed left. So the reasoning why we're doing it this way is that this enables dynamic usage. So the other thing I need to do here is so we're gonna have to do an overarching thing here of if is valid input I, and we'll have to wrap this in this. So now we're actually like creating a very good safety net there as well by just going like, is it a valid check? If not, just ignore it. So yeah, it gives us a lot of like safety with this by having this kind of like quick check here of if it's valid or not of an input. And we can make better systems in here if necessary, but for now, we are like hard coding these, so we can kind of soft guarantee that that's not going to have any issues. The issue becomes if someone goes edits these, it will cause a crash. And when I say edit them, I mean like edit them outside of the game. And that's kind of one of those ones where it's like, is that really on me or is that on you? Right? It's a hard one. So it's one of those times where it's just like, don't edit stuff outside of the game, please. For your own sake, if you do this, then fuck it up. You're gonna have to go delete this file, and then you lose all of your settings, which is gonna be annoying. Aside from that, though... Is there anything else I can think of? Oh. So it's just for filling out the process here then. Now, there's technically one other thing I do need to alter here, and I'll alter it shortly. But I just want to get all of this done in to look at what it's going to look like, roughly, for this point. It is just literally up. Because there's a problem we're going to have, and I don't know if it's become very evident, but it should be evident if you're kind of paying attention to how I'm writing this. I don't need to reference the, tell where to get this left and right from, because it's inside of this scope. Problem is, that means this is inside of this scope. Why does this matter? These are the things that we want outside of this scope. So we're going to have to really do some weird things with the scope. Because we can't just do with, because then we have to invert the script, and we're going to be referencing outside. So at that point in time, if this is as equal to that as this would be, that's why it's going to be difficult to see how I want to approach this output and input. Because there's not really great answers. So, there are two things we've got to resolve here. How we're getting it to the non-current scope, and how we're getting the input reset stuff handled as well. That one's a lot easier. Sort of. So this begs a question of how I want to handle this. Do I make this a local variable? Because at that point in time, I should just do that. Do each button individually. Am I speaking? Am I? That's a good question. Model's moving mouth. I think that's because what I'm doing here is I put my hand on my chin sometimes, and it can muck with the tracking. How do I want to handle this? So yeah, I'm probably just not gonna do this then. What am I pondering on? So, I talked about this a little bit earlier, but we got a response on the recent patch note on itch, and some of the so these are the two things that like aren't easily resolved. Or like, one of them was a bug fix that I already had bug fixed and is great, but these are the other 2 points that they brought up, is that like when you press escape, the game doesn't pause, so it's hard to look at stats and hard to kind of collect your thoughts, which I kind of understand. But the problem is that escape was never intended to be a pause. Upgrades are where you pause and you can see your stats then. But you also can see your stats with this. So what I've done is I've removed the kind of background tinting for when you have your menu up to kind of show that it shouldn't be paused, to make it a bit more clear. Controls were the other thing that was brought up. Not knowing what the controls are, because realistically, unless you're on the stream regularly, you probably don't know about a lot of the like hotkeys that exist. Like what? There is nothing in the game that tells you how to activate your ultimate or your assist. You just see two blue bars there. If you don't exist on the stream, you don't know. Even if you exist on the stream, there's a chance you don't know that it's Q and tab, right? So, finding out what the controls are is important. However, the reason why I hadn't done something for that is because I always intended to give it for player manipulation. Right? So the player should be able to customize their control layout. I don't know the hotkeys and I watch the stream daily. Maybe not. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. But like, that's kind of that point, is that the information available to the player in the game is currently lacking. Because like, rerolls are R, banish is a T, ultimate is Q, or EX is Q, and assist is tab. And those are not what the player would initially think. Not all the time. Especially knowing tab's probably going to have to change, realistically, because that's going to probably have to be used for multiplayer. Unless I put more better information inside of the escape menu. Either way, though. But yeah, so again, this here is my, like, it's a lot of things that need to be thought about with this. So what I'm doing right now is I'm revamping how input is kind of managed. Can you put a letter on top of the skill? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like in the thing? Well, I mean, like, I don't know if I'd be happy about doing that in like the play UI. Because I feel like that's kind of, that takes up a lot of space, but I do see a reasonable argument there. Okay, the weakness. So, if I recall correctly, if you're in the upgrade menu and you're not using your mouse and you're just using the keyboard, it does actually come up with a letter, the key that you need to use. The problem is the swap between that is a bit jank. It's so ugly, but it does work. Yeah, like, it's one of those things that, like, I agree, it does look pretty fucking horrendous a lot of the time when you just see the, like, input controls on your UI, or, like, on the top of things. But like, let's go into the game and I'll show kind of what I mean. So there is a system in the game that basically hides the mouse after a portion of time. Considering it basically non-use. Because you can theoretically play the game more than with just one hand, right? So I'm just gonna kind of you see it disappear there. We go into here, this should be in keyboard mode. And you can see there's R and T on the left side there. So the reroll and trash have something there for them. So you can see I can press R and T relative to the thing and get it. But there's obviously nothing there for the EX or assist to visualize it. And that's kind of where I think I've made a mistake. So I need to do something about that. Nya, how's it going? How am I doing? I'm alive, I guess. But yeah, so that's kinda the reasoning there. But I do agree there's an argument to be made that something on these could work. But yeah, as you see now, they've disappeared because I'm using the mouse. The problem is there's also charges to these, right? So an intention was that the icon of the EX and the assist will be on the bottoms of these bars, and the charges will probably be somewhere on like the top as like a little thing in the top corner that you can tick down, but that would be where I would put the icon for what you can do with it, right? Because it's these two blue bars here. Those are the things that would be getting the buttons on them. So it's really hard because I don't think there's a correct answer with all of this. It's kind of down to what I choose. And what I think will work best for now. I look at it and even the EXP and the HP wasn't instantly obvious what they were. Yeah, like, to be fair as well, this text here for the health bar, that's getting moved somewhere at some point. It's probably going to be there. Like, you'll be able to you'd be able to figure it out is the main thing. It's like you pick up an EXP, you'll see that the top bar moves to the right. You take damage, you can see that this bar here at the top of the core UI moves down, so you'll be able to figure that sort of stuff out. So it's you can figure out very quickly based on context clues. Alright. I hope we'll be better. Let's see. Slowly recovering from core. Only hit the rest of my Yu-Gi-Oh cards to sort back into binders, but I need to buy pages because I use the rest for Magic the Gathering. Fair enough. I've never played a game like this, so you most likely won't understand the EXP bar until you play for a bit. Yes, and in a sense, that's one of those times where like I'm fine with that. I've said this before, but like, I don't need to tell the player everything. I just need to inform the player of all of the core information that they will need to be able to play the game and to not have to sit there with a wiki the whole time. EXP bar, you'll figure it out as time goes on, right? Kind of a bit of transparency to not cover so much of the screen. So right there is why they sit so far in the corner and why they're so minimalistic. So if we go into the game again, you'll see the amount of space this all takes up is very, very minor. Right? Also, the bar itself is only placeholder look. What do you mean? Which bar? What do button do? Yeah, like it's an important thing, and that's why we're working on the controls right now. Because like, once we get the controls sitting nicely, you're gonna add something for the blue bars, like, yes. So the blue bars, there's gonna be an icon for what the EX is on the EX one, the assist there, and then if there are charges, there'll be a little thing at the top to indicate how many charges you actually have. There is a lot of ways I could even minimize that further and turn them into tiny reticles and stuff. The square ones, stylizing them would be, make the clearer what the bar is. Okay, so my counter argument to that now, and this is the shitty argument that I'll always use for this stuff, is how much time do you think I have? I've already stylized these as much as I'm probably going to get. What I'd love to do, yeah, I'd love to do a lot more to them, but end of the day, I don't have infinite time. I have to work on my other game. It took me, over the weekend, all I got done was assets for this. So while I kind of agree, I have to find shortcut answers to these things. This is pretty much what you see here is what the UI assets are going to probably be on release. Unless someone comes along and gives me a bunch of free shit. With the full allowance of me being able to use it and all that. And it's specifically designed in the way I'd want it to, which is not going to happen. Because I have very high expectations if I'm going to do something like that. Again, kind of a reason why I've not done more than what we've got here. Square hurting the eyes. But I mean, like, what would it change? What, so you say this hurts eyes, but you don't give me an answer of what actually would be different, or what you'd want different. Is what I'm, like, curious at. Because are you saying, like, you want it to have, like, a sloshy effect inside of them? Do you want it to have a bit of a movement to a visual style? Like, saying I want it stylized doesn't do anything. It'd be nice to have the slightest of textures on the bars. Okay, so what do you mean by that? Do you mean a texture over the bar? Do you want to have, like, it looking like it's in a jar of some kind? Why? Rounding the edges and a border, or just make it seem more polished? Just to make it seem more polished. Okay, so my response to that is it not already slightly rounded? If you actually look at it, there's rounded edges. In fact, I can pull up the actual UI element that's being used for the bars. I believe it's the SP bar. These are actually rounded, and this is 9 sliced up. Now, if you would make an argument that maybe this needs to be clearer, so the bar itself is actually bigger, so it's a bit more like this, I could see a rationale for that, and I could probably do something about that. That was my point. Yeah, I kind of get where you're going with that, but the rectangle bars? This is the border of the bars. That's why I'm, like, confused at what you're saying. Do you mean the actual, like, color of the bar itself? like the current progress part of the bar. Because if you're suggesting changes to that, you have to realize that that is code bar, not an actual, like, object. To make it a texture or something, that's the problem. That's not easy. I'm gonna have to recode everything from the ground up if I do that. Because I'm currently using Game Maker's inbuilt stuff for that. Like, I'm very confused at what you're talking about. Because, like, every single one of these bars, the blue bars, the EXP bar, health bar, they all have that as a border, what I just showed. They're just very small. That's what that yellow is, if you look very closely. If I make it larger, maybe it'll be clearer. I can see there's a little bit of overlap there, but it's kind of not expressing. Because if you're meaning the direct color, like I said, that is a difficult one. Because that is, I have to fight the code itself. It looks yeah. I'm not going to disagree with that. Again, it's one of those things that it does look a bit better as well when you're looking at it as the game itself, but it doesn't solve the fact that it is still kind of a problem. Like, that's why I was saying, there's an argument, and a very valid one at that, to be made that I should be improving the size of the frame to basically largen it. You do realize, so, okay, do you want to know how this border is being drawn, in case I need to, like... Because I can pull up the UI code, and you guys are going to understand that this is a fucking mess. So, let's go to, we need... What one is it? Not lobby. Would it be under main? Let's see, what is main? No, that's the logo and stuff. I need the play UI. Where is play? Cool. So here is the stuff that's getting drawn. So what I'm doing is I'm drawing a black background. I'm drawing the bar through a method to allow it to do some stuff that I want it to. And then I'm drawing the bar around it. That is the border there. If you think there's some more grandiose things going on and stuff like that, it's not. And that's the thing. This is Game Maker. Game Maker kind of requires, if I want to do something more fancy than this, to do a lot of shit from the ground up. Because if we also go to the OUI, and go, which one will be? Room start, I believe. New bar constructor, F1. Draw. This is what's drawing the actual just bar itself. Can you make the bar thinner and scale the border texture to be wider? Not easily. I can make the bar thinner, but I can't scale the border texture very easily without a lot of problems. Like, there's a reason this took, like, weeks to get to here. There's also another reason why I had someone else doing my UI code for so long, is because it takes so fucking long for me to do stuff. So, okay, what you're asking about, so if we go here, if I go to this, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to run, a completely different version of this code and struggle with it. Because the problem is, you have to understand, Game Maker has the rules of how it does its 9 slicing, right? So 9 slicing means that it overrules scaling in a natural sense. That's why I was showing this. What you see on this left side here is what happens when it gets scaled. Do you see what is happening when it gets scaled? Can't scale slices easily? Exactly. That is what 9 slicing does in this context. If you're gonna ask, well, why not 9 slice? This looks horrendous if I take away the 9 slice. Because if I take away the 9 slicing, you get this sort of situation. So it is a very, very difficult thing to kind of work within. But it's really good when you just kind of have it in its, like, normal thing. Like, 9 slicing is the way to go. Like, this is objectively one of those things of, like, you can't convince me to turn off the 9 slicing. The issue is that this is a 32 by 32, so it's really fucking small and disgusting. For that. Would I argue that, like, again, the EXP, like, the sidebars would look really good if it was this instead? So, if I was to try and scale this, how would I do it? I think it's... This is the one I'm currently using. All that gives me is color and alpha. That gives me position, not scale. That forces the real positions. That one might work. So, left, top, width, height. This function will draw part of the chosen sprite at the given position following the same rules as the draw sprite part. You can now scale the part, blend the color with it, or change its alpha when draw it. Yeah. And with part... Yeah, so it might be sprite part that we need here. Let's see what happens. So, what do I need to fill out this? So we need the sprite, the subimage. on the sprite of the top left corner of the area to draw. No, this isn't gonna work. Right? Width of the area to draw. Whether to draw the sprite. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. This is how I recreated the creeper, yeah. No, it's because the problem is that, it's the left and the left top and the width height are relative to the drawing positional part. So that's not what we need. Fucking hell. That's tiled, that's not gonna help us. Sprite general. Sprite extend and sprite part. So this would be still not what we need. Yeah, no, so that's the problem, is that there is just no answer to the situation. Unless I completely rewrite code for this. Like, I basically have to write a thing for how to draw. So I'm probably gonna, honestly at this point in time, it would just be easier to write a fucking shader. And that should give you an idea of exactly how awful of a position we're in with this. Fix in inefficient code bug, confirmation, for overriding save data, edit template list. Nice, nice. I mean, it's cool to see there's progress on it, it's cool. Suck a line out even after watching tutorials. I mean, that's how we all start. We all suck ass at the beginning, and we continue to suck ass until everyone tells us we not suck an ass, and then we still think we suck ass. What answers are there for this scenario? Literally, I think the saddest part is, the best answer I have is to just go into the code and enlarge this. Go into the code, Isekai Virtual World Digimon. Yeah. God damn it. As someone that, like, barely watched Digimon as well. You're good today, you just focus it, like... I'm not focused on game dev, we've talked about a lot of other things. I am trying to solve issues at the same time. Never watched it. I think I watched it in passing like a handful of times. That was about it. Okay. Does that look better? It's not quite right because the 9 slicing wasn't done correctly, and I've already fixed that while it was loading. Keep in mind that the bars are also going to be a little overlappy now because things have changed. Okay. I just make the EXP bar about 15% thinner. Do you have any idea how much of a pain in the ass that suggestion is? I mean, one thing I want to just also point out, if you actually look at the EXP bar, it does tick up in different color, by the way. Actually, it's hard to see because that's kind of off screen at the moment. I'll use the assist. Look at the assist bar as it ticks up here. Like, I do have stuff like that. And I can color things like that. But I can only make it like transitional color so it phases between one color and another. So we also have with this, for example, is it phases through color. We also have that in the lobby with the selection stuff. So you can see it's phases between one color and another. A white shine on the green to give it some texture. So the problem again is that how do I do that? Given the context that the health bar itself is just a block sprite without my thing, right? Like, it's without my control in it. Because unless I overlay it over the entire space, and that means it's going to overlay over the black as well, there's kind of some problems with that. Just add a white bar on the green one. I mean, that could work, and I could alpha it down. And it would function. The bars are good, just give the player an option for picking a mini HUD consistent. No. A white bar that grows with the green one. What do you mean? Like a white... Do you mean underneath? So it's got like a little bit of a white line at the front? Is that what you're suggesting? So I mean, the bar's a secondary concern. Well, I mean, like, getting it visually fixed and cleaned up isn't a minor concern. It's something I can do now. We've already got the code open and we're already tweaking it. We might as well finish it here. Because the only other thing we're doing is probably input stuff. And we were just considering changes to be done to the UI that we could do, and these are ones that I can do. Alright. I'm gonna sketch on paint in 1 sec. Okay, that will help me because I just feel like I'm really lost on what the suggestion is. Checks for a second after being filled up. I mean, realistically, what I would love to do is actually add a visual thing over the top of it when it's filled up, but also I need to consider how that's going to work with charge counters and everything. But likely, if I'm going to do something like that, I will do it in relation to the icon when that's added. You tired? Feel like I'm chatting to a whole different person today? I don't know what you mean, like... I get you trying to be funny with a little bit of that, but like, I genuinely have no idea what you're referring to with some of that. Like, I'm chatting with a different person, I'm doing I'm working on game. Like, are you meaning I feel like a different person than when I was doing my Magic stream? Yeah, that's probably going to be the case, because on Magic, I talk a bit differently. Because that's not me being a game designer. This is what we get a lot with it. Thank you. Alright, I'll have a squiz in a sec. Once I finish doing these adjustments. So this needs to be... That probably works. Let's have a look at that. grumpy game dev. I mean, if I'm coming off grumpy, I do apologize, but like, it's also... There's work that needs to be done, and I'm confused at some of the things. So I'm like trying to pointedly ask, the fuck do you mean? Also, I'm just responding to ones that even actually get something to respond with, right? That's why this morning there was a gag that was happening in the chat, but I didn't respond to it very much because there's no room for me to add in. Right? Too low down. Yeah, it's failing that. Okay, so I need to bring those both up by about 1-2 pixels. So that would be -3. -3. See how that looks. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. That's fair. There we go. Okay, so we're happy with the bars like this then? For now, for that, and then... Increasing the border sizes of the bars also made a huge change. I didn't even notice it was there before you showed us. See, the other argument I'll have to that is, like, are you looking at this on a phone? Because you might know where I'm going with on that statement. Even if you're looking at it on a computer, you're looking at a smaller version of what I've got. The white bar follows the same math to grow as the green one. It just uses bin/max bounds and a little bit of off negative offset. Oh, do you mean like a shine at the very top? Wait, so you're meaning, let me kind of draw this for a moment. So what you're suggesting, yeah, is that, say we've got the bar here. This is where it's filled up to, and you're kind of wanting just like a, oh, not like that close, but kind of a shine along the top here like that. Is that what you're suggesting? Okay, that's not going to be done by bars. If I was to do that, that's getting done by a spray. Because of the way bars work, and because of the way everything is in this, that would work terribly like that. Again, I would love to add more effects, but that is not a simple add. That is the problem with that. Again, that's not how health bars work in this, nor is it how we've got them designed with this system. Because keep in mind, it's not even just a generic health bar that we're working with, it's because if we go to this, this is to enable the changes between it all. So you can see here, it's like got a target, got a total, and got a draw, and then it will work between that. So it's not an easy add, and nor would it actually come off very well initially. I agree that it is a simple thing that would be nice to see, but I don't know how reusable the code is. Yeah, the code would not work for that. Is all I can definitely say. That is one of those things that is just easier for me to add a entire sprite system for that and to lay that over the top, and there's better systems for that, but it would still take a long time because I would have to do a bunch of maths for that. I'd be able to invert use this value here, probably for it. Not like I'm using that value anywhere else, I don't believe. But it's just that is the difficulty with how some of this works. Coding a sprite system is pain? Yes. That should indicate how bad some of this stuff is. Like, honestly, at this point, there's a very realistic argument. I should just code how to do a bar from the ground up, instead of using Game Maker's inbuilt stuff. But, like, the amount of time and the payoff for that is going to just not be worth it. We're already kind of creating a situation that's probably not worth as it is with this. But I think it's still an important thing to work on. As important as cleaning your room. Yes, you always got to have a clean room. Makes your life so much better having clean rooms. At this point in time, how far off would this be in place? The gamepad stuff would be missing? Because, like, yeah, the gamepad system is going to be weird. So, we know that this needs to only run once. We're resetting it on every frame, which is unnecessary. Man, Lizzo, no. Yeah. How do I handle this? So... do that, and then... do that. I mean, instead of this going to a global return. There we go. Should function how we want it to. Oh, it's supposed to be that. I should probably change this one. So this is checking for which device, right? Yeah. So for now, I'm just going to be using this instead as the hold variable for this detail. Now what I could actually do is for the run input, we could change out to being, checking for this. It depends on how egregious we want to get. I think I leave it alone. I think I do it separately. Okay, that's for a different kind of check. It's a visual check. So it's not as essential. So I might need to do the rip the thing from the main as well. About how we do the mouse stuff. I think it's in the step event. There's player buffs. There's pause functionality. That's it. So here's some of the stuff that we'll probably do. Move to it. Yeah, here's the mouse related things. So let's do in here. Okay. And then we're gonna rip this code for that. Okay. So now we can be a little bit more interconnected with how we handle a lot of things. Oh, fuck. That was always fun. Okay, now we go. Oh, fuck. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Well, I mean, we're good in the code. That's something, at least. Alright, so that means that we've now planted this in here when we want to try and, like, alter this how it functions. Which is good. So, this is gonna have to run on the controller then. Because we don't want to have multiple instances of a lot of this sort of code running. No, it should be fine, because it should just be variable there, cast point there, so it could probably... no, it's probably better to just run on main. Have the cast point, have main do that, and then cast point onto the other stuff. It's reliable. Alright. Okay. I don't know what I want to do from this point with this. So one that I will want to do just in advance is change input. Which this is super easy, because this will just be return. Oh no, it'll just be, let's see. We return input, and then do input index equals new input. There we go. His heart rate changes character speed. Dude, I would have to actively lower the, like, multiplier of that if I was to do that. You have any idea how hard that would be for me to play? My heart goes at such a fucking insane speed naturally. Like, that's the thing, right? So, to, like, go on the, some of the stuff we've talked about a few times, but, like, so, one of the many problems wrong with me is that I overproduce adrenaline. So, my heart rate in a, like, natural sitting position is closer to that of a heart rate of someone that's just, like, just sat down after running. Like, it's just super fast. Like, my entire body is running on, like, if you, again, the best description I have is, if you've ever been in the situation where, like, you've, like, ultra panicked or ultra, like, intense about something, and, like, you've got a shitload of adrenaline going through you, and things aren't like, you get all of that sort of effect. Like, you know those effects when you have that, all of that adrenaline. That's how I live my life permanently. Like, I'm in the perpetual state of a panic attack, basically, according to medical science. It's why, like, my strength goes a lot further than it's supposed to. Why, like, I can do things certain ways, and why I can think things specific ways as well. It's such, like, the way I do everything. But it also just means that I feel permanently fucking exhausted. Because imagine if you're running off that adrenaline for that long. You'd get just completely run through. It's why also my metabolism's so fucking high. Because my body's trying to keep up with it. Like, I'm sitting at like 80 kgs right now, and I basically don't eat. And that's me, like, it's eating my muscle. Like, I can actually see my body's been eating my muscle. Quite actively at the moment. It's not a pleasant time. That's why I'm getting, like, more and more exhausted recently as well. I'm just fucking worse state. So, I don't know if it'd be exploding, it's just more like me struggling because I'd be running so fast constantly. I do have a lot more details than that, by the way, about all that shit, but I don't think that's really a conversation that's very fun to have. For a while in the past, and after being on adrenaline for a jog and jumping fences, I know it hurts to be on high gear for long. Yeah, so imagine that for years. In fact, almost my entire life. That's why it's like, it's no fun. Oh. Oh, yeah. Damn it. Wrong hole. Alright. Oy, oy, oy. He's passing away as we speak. Yeah, it seems like it. Dude, I'm fucking determined to just speedrun life. That's right. Good lord. Hope you keep going for a while longer. I needed a talking guy to distract me from messing with my wiring. But yeah. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is yeah, it was said before, and it's like the slightly somber thing of the reason why I push myself with these projects so hard, why I'm so willing to sacrifice so much to do stuff like this, is because I am not expected to have as much time as the average person. So I want to use the time that I have so aggressively to do stuff. Okay, we got an error. Let's see, 220. On that. Unknown object mouse. Active. Input, but it's on the create code, no? I guess I can't name it the same as the function. Is that what's happening? Yeah. So if I run this as input core, what happens? Want to bet that you're gonna outlive my obese ass? Unlikely. I don't wanna do a losing bet like that. That is like the third heart attack I've had during this entire stream. We've not been streaming for 3 hours. God damn it. Okay, cool. Mouse thing is working. Ah! God damn. Alright, moving on. Because otherwise I'm just gonna fucking get up annoyed. So, input core is somewhat working now. Let's see. First, I gotta do this check. Let's see. There we go. There's that. And then let's yoink this for run on press. Actually, I basically should yoink both of these and have it as a thing for run. There we go. So now I can make in individual ones, like that. And I should be able to check for it. So we go here. Go back into this point here. If input core dot key input is it's pressed. Is that what I'm looking for? Pressed. Key run in input pressed single key, and then input core dot debug 1. Let's see if this works. I'm curious. Oh no, it's not gonna work. Wait. Because it's in an array still. I can probably take it out of the array. There's no point in having single one-offs like this in an array when it's not getting put through the main manufacturing sort of stuff. So this should work. Let's run this and see. If I press L in the, like, no matter where we are, if I press L, the debug should come up. Okay, it's running the game. Almost done. And it works. Perfect. So now we can start transitioning to a much more interesting architecture for input. There we go. Oh, I see where that's complaining. I might fix that later. Okay, so let's go to the player then and start rigging in the stuff for that. Okay, if on roller main dot input core dot let's see, run input controller main dot input or dot escape. This should probably not be done here. It should probably be done here. So this is the beauty of doing like a rework like this, is we get to learn what should and shouldn't be changed as well. This is the first time I saw an AI with ADHD. Dude, I saw some stuff now and it's just, I gotta love how like some of the AI's direction has gone with it all. But dude, it's not wrong. No, it's 100% an accurate description. Right, like I think we can all agree that that is far too accurate of a description. Great, I love it. Cool. I set up 3 AIs with different personalities to vote on what decisions I make in Baldur's Gate 3. That sounds fucking amazing. I'm not gonna lie, it actually sounds really fun. Love to mess around with that crap. I mean, like, you can make YouTube videos from that shit. People watch that. So remember, was it, oh, what's his name? Vandrel doing, that with, some stuff. And he's, like, had ChatGPT make decisions for him in games, which was fucking hysterical. I stand by my statements I've made before, by the way, and I think that this is like that was the inspiration, yeah. This is the mistake that I see a lot, and I call it a mistake because it is, I think. Is that there's kind of like almost two groups of people fighting around AI, and it's like pro AI and anti AI, and like neither side actually understands what AI is. And it's something that like bugs me so often because like I'll scroll through Twitter and I'll see like a comment like from a artist or a rigger or a VTuber or anything along those lines, stating like, just as a prefacing to any of those that like endorse or think positively of AI stuff, don't, because if you do, there is a very good shot that especially if you have an artist or a rigger, they'll probably not want to work with you as much because then like you're almost devaluing them. And it's like, okay, but what if you're in my position where I've said in-house AI art sounds like a phenomenal idea for game development, and I expect it to probably be actually where a lot of that future goes, right? AI does not think like a human, and it will not replace him as... Yeah, like, the mistake a lot of people make is that they're like, AI are taking our jobs. Like, you want the real fucking talk? You want the real talk? Let's just have a moment of really, really boring real talk. Alright. So, the real talk with AI is that, and this is, like, Thor does the whole thing of, like, if you're scared about it taking your job, skill up, because if it does take your job, you've got skills, so you can use those to do something else. If it doesn't take your job, you've skilled up, so you're still more appetizing. Right? AI is a tool. So AI is a tool. Now, when we're referring to AI in this context, we're talking about generative. Now, that's the big one that a lot of people don't like. What I've said before is that in-house development tools that use generative AI is a great idea. Why is this? This extends how far, like, it exacerbates how quickly you can get things done. But it cannot do things for you. What often it will be used for, and this is the example I'll always use, is that you get a folder of, like, your artists, you get all their art together, and you tell your in-house generative AI, I want world concept art. And you'll give it its prompts. You'll go through its prompts and you'll give it the prompts. Then it will generate something from the artist profile that you have, and you can use that as a foundation point. You've now just taken something that used to take ages to do for multiple artists and been able to still hire those artists to do the profile and then generate a shitload more stuff to work with them. So that is what AI generative is going to move towards eventually. It is not going to take jobs. It is not going to do anything like that. Anyone that's using that with the intention of that sort of stuff is misplaced, because they are just going to generate poorer quality content. Those that are not using in-house, the moment this is removed, it is a crime. It is not considered a crime yet, but it is actually basically a crime. Because what you are doing is you are taking other people's work and using it in a context that you are not given permission for. There is a reason why, if the in-house is not there, it is not okay. That is the truth of it. So generative tools that exist external to an official context are bad. Generative tools that have an allowance for what can be used for them, that is okay. So again, the mistake a lot of people have with these problems is that they'll make the argument generative is bad. No, generative is not bad. Generative is fine. It's the moment it's not got this going on. 80% of pro-automative jobs at coding are going to be augmented, and 20% are probably going to be fully automated. Yeah, that's probably not an inaccurate thing, I would say. Again, it's one of those, like, this is the same argument with a car, right? Like, what is happening here is it's like, oh no, the cars are going to take the jobs of the stable masters. It's like, okay, sure, but then, like, at that same time, the blacksmiths and stuff turned into garages in a lot of cases, or they went and shifted into a different direction. If you think something's going to take your job, adapt. And realistically, it's probably, one, not going to take your job unless you actively do not, like, progress, or it's going to supplement your job, making your job actually just actively easier and allowing for more options. I do love the nice handwriting. So my answer to that is I do have a tablet, but it's a very cheap, shitty tablet. If you give me a split second, I can show. Activate. There. This is the tablet I have. It is a cheap-ass Huion, and this is just how I write. So, genuinely, if it wasn't lagging. I write like this. Cheap. It was like 60 bucks? It was under 100, I can tell you that for damn certain. It was like 60 bucks, I want to say. And it was on special. And this was years and years ago. And if you wanted any, like, proof, by the way, of like, oh, no way your handwriting is like that. Let's see if we can... That is my actual notebook. There's nothing in there that I think is going to show off stuff, but... My handwriting is fucking wild. Don't underestimate affordable tech. Correct. Bro writes in cursive. Yeah. Dude, it's really fast to write like this. Oops. Really fast to write like this. I've been doing this for a year, like I told the story before, but basically in primary school, I was told I was a fucking moron when it came to writing. So I was asked to stop trying to do anything. I tried to learn how to do italicized writing on my own without anything. And again, we're talking about like not even 5. Thought you were doing that with a mouse? No, if I was to do it with a mouse, you'd probably get more like... that. Yeah. My mouse is very high DPI, and I suck with writing with a mouse. Not great. So these two here, that's mouse. All of that, normal stuff. You can see a very clear difference. But yeah, no, I'm not doing that with a mouse. Imagine doing that fucking writing with a mouse. That'd be very impressive. Be very, very impressive. So, right. This is gonna be where it gets interesting. I think the smart option here is to... I mean, this is where I could do a lot. I could turn this into a vector at some point. It's probably wise, because this is basically a vector. It's 2 variables with the way that a vector handles. I'm just not handling it like a vector. Should do that at some point. Okay, so what I'm thinking with this is I'm gonna do a with... pull O controller. Like this. Is this the correct thing to do? It might be. To keep the amount of referencing down, this would be the smart option. If I'm gonna do... there's an argument to be made that maybe I make a local input construction on the players. Is that right? Construct an entirely new input core on the player. Is that necessary? It's gonna rerun a lot of code. Might not be incorrect to do though. Yeah, I think it's the correct thing to do. Which means I'm gonna pull the other thing back. Yeah. Alright. So, on constructing, we're going to need input for equals new input. Then we go back to the controller and we're going to yoink this here. And put that back in the player code. And then we're going to reattach everything correctly. So this would be run input is what we need constantly here. So this is right. And it needs to be pressed as well, is the difference. Run input pressed. Right. Down. Up. Left. Down. Up. There we go. So now, if we go back into the game, we should be able to move again, but it's with the new system. With the new inputs handling the movement. Again, like, what we're aiming for at the moment isn't something drastic or altering the game how it feels or plays. This is stuff that we need to just basically, we're moving things around. We need to double check all of this is moved correctly and it's not going to cause us issues. And if we do that correctly, which it means that we've succeeded, right? Because it means that we have success later down the line because this stuff is working. Okay, that was the wrong one. I got it the wrong way around, I forgot. Pressed is when it occurs when it's being pressed. Not, is pressed down. It's pressed is the frame where it detects it being done for the first, being active for the first time. Which is why it should actually be these ones. Oh, for God's sakes. Okay. So now it should be when it's actively being recognized as pushed down. Like while it is, sorry. Like think of it as yeah, like pressed is when it is pressed down, and then like non-pressed is while it is pressed down. There we go. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of funny to look at it like that. I've never actually done this, where it's like just flicking around constantly. Looks very funny. Okay, so that is that done. There's probably still more to be done. The gamepad movement, that also can be handled a little bit better. We'll sort that out at some point. I need to get input there anymore. We'll leave get input in some of these places. We'll need to sort it out, and we'll need to figure out which one we're pulling from as well, because a lot of the time we're going to probably pull from either the player or the controller. There's a chance we might still have to put some stuff onto the UI. So there's a good argument to be made. I'll also probably put a input on the UI. We will see. Because there's an argument to be made, and I've said this before, that UI is handled by the controller, and it's not a separate object. Because of how narrow we've gotten a lot of the things, that might not be a bad thing to do, so. Just because, like, the UI is always going to exist. So, like at this point in time, the UI is the thing that never changes. Or like, no, the controller, the main controller will never change. The UI will pretty much never change. And most of its alterations are done internally. It pretty much gets spawned and then never leaves. Same with the player now. Player actually is a pretty consistent object. It fully sticks around. And then like a couple of other things also kind of exist like that. Not much, but those are the main ones. So I'm probably going to start like narrowing down locations, adding things to scripts more often to pull from. And collating that data in better locations. Stuff like constructors, right? Constructors are amazing for that. Purely because we're at a stage where I need to start making the like big trim downs in preparation for multiplayer. while we are still working on the bosses, and I haven't really worked on a boss for a long time, so we probably should sort our shit out with that. That is the main thing. I also believe, didn't I trim down on how many bosses I was doing? I think we lowered the number, right, to being like 5 and... Was it 5 and 10, I think? To get to the next update, and then do the other ones during the next update as well. So we can actually get the next update done in the next, like, little while. How many are we at the moment? Because if we're actually quite close, I will make an active effort to try and nudge that through. Because I believe we're at 3 normal bosses and... Let's see, 1, 2, 3. 3 normal bosses and 2 hard bosses? Yeah. Okay, so that means we need 7 normal bosses and 3 hard bosses. So let's go look at our list and see what are the easier ones to implement. And yeah, I'm saying easier because fuck you. I want to find the easier options at this point. So we're looking for bosses. So, we have got Fluffy, Manhattan Dragon, Giant Mutant Turtle. I kind of don't want to do the Giant Mutant Turtle at this stage, even though it'd be super easy to do. Fluffy would be really fun, but it's going to take a lot of assets. Caffeine Cat's gonna be a little nasty to do. Professor Paradox honestly is tempting to even move to hard boss just to how fucking insane some of the effects are. I could do the Gremlin Gamer, that'd be funny. So Gremlin Gamer definitely, Fluffy and Manhattan Dragon are 3 that I could do. Might do those soon. Quantum Slime I think would be really fun to do. And this one. So the Quantum Slime, Soundwave Siren. Let me write these down somewhere, the choices I'm making. So I know where to look. Where is my notes point? Alright. So I said Quantum Slime and what was the other name again? Soundwave Siren. Definitely the next 2 hard ones we'll work on. And for normal, Gremlin Gamer and Fluffy So from that, we need one more hard boss and 4 more normal bosses. And I don't really like any of the more normal boss designs here for easy. I guess giant mutant turtle at that point then, right? So that leaves 3 normal bosses. I might make some more, we'll see. I mean, I could do the lazy programmer, that would be funny. So that leaves 2 more normal bosses to target. I might honestly just make 2 more normal bosses and list them in here later, and we'll do that. So I'll do that for now into my notes. Probably not going to do that today, though. There's a lot of things I need to fix about how bosses are handled, I think. Like, better security, because, like, so many of them have caused errors because I'm just kind of not doing certain cleanup. Specifically with this sort of stuff where it's like, if instance exists, I need to just purge how I'm handling a lot of things and have that as a core function to ensure that, like, these things triggering aren't getting triggered in a way that means that they don't end up on the object. Because there are too many niche cases where that would be the correct, like the non-correct thing to do, that it's better to just do that more universally and then deal with those niche cases in a different way later. Oh. Okay, I need a bit of a break, because I feel like I've been going pretty full steam for a lot of this stuff and been doing a lot of good planning and thinking for what this week's going to entail. I'm probably going to try and toss together some input stuff over the time. I can't guarantee it'll be for the next update. Honestly, we could probably post this as the current update. I do need to add that we've tweaked the UI to be better visually. Is there any other changes to the game that I think would be worth doing? I mean, I need to add... So I will refrain on doing the push until I've got Fumoko's ability in. The EX swap. Knockback effect. And then we've also got the assists to still finish on both Fullmoko and as well as the other two that we did last time, where we just didn't do their assists in time. So I might hold the assist back, do the ability. Yeah, we'll do the ability, which shouldn't be hard because it's just going to be a knockback AoE. Which I'm going to make one particle effect for, and then I'm going to use that particle effect a lot more universally as well. So that's good. So I could do that probably today, tomorrow. So we should be able to put out another patch this week, probably Thursday. for stream. Don't hold me to that, but that seems like where we're at. I don't think it controls things coming with the next patch, though. It is definitely a priority, though, now. So now that I'm taking a break, again, we're on a break, right? So yell at me if you want for whatever the fuck you want, but I will come back to your shit later. I'm curious as to what happens if I take a main deck that I've been working on and I try and optimize it more. What does it look like? Clone deck. God damn, I fucking hate that about how Architect works. Right, so while I'm doing this, I'm gonna need to look up this. So again, we're not gonna look at the budget for this deck at all. We're just gonna make this deck. Right? So we're gonna take out a lot of our non-synergistics. So, obviously, lines... Have I watched Invincible? I have not watched the new season. I believe there's a new season out, right? Or a new season coming out. But I have watched it in the past. It is a very fun show. Four episodes in the new season. Yeah, like I'm very much the kind of person to wait till it's finished and then I'll watch it. I don't like watching as things happen. But I would argue that it is also really fucking good and I really should just watch it. Orcish Bowmaster. I mean, this is a mass. A mass wouldn't be horrendous because then it justifies keeping the amass energies in here. I still think this Binding Mummy is surprisingly very good. On Wings of Gold's probably not worth. Okay. I love watching analysis videos and reactions to get to know people's opinions on stuff of the series. I'm always fascinated with like hearing analysis of things, but also at the same time, I'm at this stage of my like thought process with a lot of things. Where I've looked at a lot of other people's opinions, and I'm gonna be honest, unless they're coming from someone like I can respect, because I've developed an understanding with their thing, I normally struggle because it's just like, I don't know if I agree at this point. And a lot of analysis also tends to be so fucking surface level that it's like, yeah, no, I got that by watching it. One of these. There's a couple of good ones. No. Consider it Sphinx, it's probably worth though. I'm not consider it Consecrated. Esper Sentinel. I mean, it is a, yeah. Esper comes down probably as a 4/4. It's really good. It is. It'll. Fierce Guardianship. Yeah, it probably does end up being Fierce Guardianship. Do I need Mask of Nexus anymore in this? I mean, Bontu's Monument's probably going to be not great. No, I don't really need Maskwood anymore. Alright. I like hearing what people gotta say, even if I disagree. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? So let me kind of, maybe re-explain what I meant. I do not mean not disagreeing with them. I do not listen to people only that I agree with. I listen to people that I can understand what they're trying to say, and that they're actually willing to go in depth onto something most of the time. Other than that, I'm fine listening to people and watching some perspectives. I still do from time to time that I just I'm not able to deal with it. But so one of my recent examples I'll give for this is Riot August. I do not agree with a lot of the decisions he makes. I do not agree with a lot of the distortions he makes. However, I agree with how he gets to them. I get where he's coming from. I get the perspective he has, and I understand what that means, and why he makes the decisions he does. That I'm cool with. I just don't agree with the rest of it, right? And that's the important thing. You don't need to agree with someone to want to hear their opinion. I do not agree with Riot August and all of the decisions that they make around League of Legends. But I agree with some of the other aspects of it. I get where he's coming from, and it also gives me an alternate perspective on matters that I do not normally think about the same way. But yeah, so that's what I mean by that, is like I want that kind of like very clearly put in. Because it's very much not I don't like listening to people that I disagree with. It's that I dislike listening to people that I just can't get where they're coming from, especially on a regular basis. If someone makes a take that I agree with, but it sounds like he doesn't get the material, it's just annoying. Yeah, that's the thing that like I struggle with a lot. And I know that like that's me being really particular there. Everyone has their own opinions, everyone has their own ways of expressing them, and sometimes they can still know what the fuck they're talking about with all of this, but like it just doesn't get across to me. And I'll openly admit to that. Why is an Enter so tempting, but I'm moving away from the zombie synergy? Feel very bad again? Why? Dark Salvation's still tempting. Dark Ritual's definitely great. And so is Swan Song. We do want to have a couple more counter spells. Rustic Remora is tempting. Mana Vault, I mean, like, objectively is probably good. If I know it won't change. So I'm going to tell you now, that's utter bullshit. Your life changes every second of every day, and it's constantly changing. You may not feel it, but it's constantly changing. I have been trouble getting out of bed today. I don't have good answers to that. My stuff would not work for you. Not guaranteed. Mine is just motivation to keep going, because if I stop, then why bother getting started in the first place? I want to get stuff done. I have to keep going if I need to. And I don't want to give in to despair, because that's just kind of boring to me. But that's when I say, like, I wish I could give you a good statement towards that, but genuinely is one of those, like, you gotta see a professional if you're feeling that way. You gotta reach out to the people that actually can help you with that, because it's rough and it sucks. And well, I mean, like, okay, I will say, you don't have to focus. Focusing's nice, focusing's not essential. Okay, Grand Abolish. Probably putting that in over some of the stuff. Maybe take this out for ensure we have the room for it. Oh, we have plenty of room. Also, this is rocketed up and costs so much. becomes untapped, you may pay 2 if you do draw a card. Whenever an opponent casts a spell from anywhere other than their hand, draw a card. Ooh, that is tempting. I mean, the idea is obviously here, I'm trying to draw as much as I can. Hitting the floor makes you get up. Yeah, everyone's got their different ways of doing stuff. I'm gonna, like, I stand by this, like, I get where you're coming from, but I genuinely can't help. And I do not think this is the right place to try and seek for help. I know that you're probably just venting at the moment, and I'm just making this very clear. Yes. Ooh, okay. But yeah, it's... I mean, like, what? Do you want me to just kind of do the whole, yeah, life's hard, it really does suck? Because, like, that's... no one likes hearing that. It never feels productive to say, nor hear, so... Okay, I do agree that could come out. Frantic Search wouldn't be too bad. Let's see, Deadly Rollick. I like that one. There was one time where I hit my leg with a taser in the morning just to know how it feels and get myself up. Good God. Milo, okay. I mean this from a place of caring, but no one can actually help you. You are the only person that can truly help yourself. You can have people around you that help you with that, but I can't just give you an answer. That's what you're sounding like you want. Is you just want an answer of, what do I do? What do I... No one can find that for you. You have to find that one for you. Like, I can explain where I come from with a lot of this stuff, and that is all I can do, because that is already pushing past stuff. If you're really feeling this bad, there are suicide hotlines. Please go call them. I cannot give you a better answer than that stuff, because that is the thing. No one can give you an answer. Anyone that gives you an answer is not actually caring what you think. You're the only one that can do that. You can't always come up with the answer as well. In fact, the vast majority of people go through their entire life without ever finding said answer. And that is the thing. It's just the pursuit of finding that answer. Keep that going. Because, like, again, you're me to really make this depressing for a bit? Okay, so I've got, like, maybe 10 years to live, at most, if medical advancements don't go my way. So tell me, why should I get up in the morning when I'm gonna probably be dead before anything else? It sucks. Hey, yo, Yuki came in at a really sad time. Sorry about that. And sorry, Raiders, you just came in when, like, I'm trying to do my best to help someone out, but that difficult thing of going through that stuff. But hello! Hope you had a good time. What did you play today, Yoayuki? I didn't actually have a quick squiz before stream. I normally do. What is these buttons? Yeah, no, it's I should probably finish having my break soon. Looking at Magic the Gathering stuff. Go back to work. But yes, hello, Raider. Please don't be sad. No. It's fine. Like the point I was making was it's not. I keep myself going. I'm more than happy to keep myself going. I am more than self-motivated for things. I'm not sad. It was trying to help someone else. And, all that. Using an example point that I can, because I'm not a medical professional in that field, so. Complete your drawing. Do you have any idea how hard it is to complete a drawing in a day? What the fuck? Dude, I struggle to get my sprites done in a day. It took me like half of yesterday just to do the stuff for Moko. It's a viewer that's sad, not mouth. Yeah, like it's a difficult one. But also, hey, Matthew, how you doing? Like, Miller, you want a real, like, serious thing? Go for a walk. Go for a walk, clear your head. Don't have any music, don't do anything like that. Just walk somewhere that no one's gonna be around and let yourself feel what you want and think through those feelings. Those are the big things that I always do. Because that's what I walk on the beach constantly with that, right? That's what I like doing. That's what I did last night. Walked down the beach, thought about a few things, thought about what I need to work on. It's kind of what I planned for this week. But yeah, here we go. These are the 3 icons I did, and then the assets for Fluff and Fuzz. Which I actually think the assets look pretty decent. Let's actually look at them in-game. I don't think we did. And then the bike. The bike could be faster. The bike could definitely be faster. So I haven't fixed that about the individuals thing where, like, on level up, it should give stats where it's not giving them properly. But yeah, one thing that I will say, and I've said this many a times on stream, is like, human brains are kind of wired in a way that was designed that, like, you're supposed to give yourself time of doing nothing but processing things. As an example, say 2 hunters went out on a hunt back in tribal kind of era. They would go on a hunt. They would... something would go wrong. One of them might screw up. Right? They've now got, like, 8 hours getting back to the village. Potentially 8 to 14 hours getting back to the village. Where they have time to process those feelings. And get through it. Because we have so many things we have around us and doing things around us in a day, it makes it really, really hard to, like, process our emotions and our feelings. So I make an effort myself to set aside time where I've not got music, I've not got anything. I've got my own thoughts to deal with, and I go and do my walk. Because what I used to do is I used to drown myself in work. I am a workaholic. And because of that, I would never process my feelings, never process through this stuff. And it meant that, like, when something really went wrong, I couldn't handle it. And it pushed me over an edge. So what I did was, once I'd moved here last year, is I started going on those walks as a suggestion from my flatmate. And I'm gonna be honest, I cried and broke down several times while I was on those walks early on, and I still do from time to time. I mean, fuck, you should have seen what I was like after my cat passed away, right? Like, the amount of times I just cried myself to sleep and all that, and I still struggle from every few nights. But I'm getting better. That's because I'm spending the time to learn what it is to feel an emotion, feel a feeling, and realize it's not wrong to feel something. You need to learn how to process that feeling, though. Look at what that feeling does to you, look at why you feel that way, and kind of break that down. Do I like feeling like this? Is a question that I ask myself constantly. And then I go, okay, I don't quite like this feeling. So what do I do? Well, this feeling was brought about by these things. What can I actually controllably do about that? Well, I've gotten out of the situation I was in, that I lived in, so that's been a big change. And I'm spending my time trying to be a bit more positive. That's led to a lot of improvements. I have a quick burnout rate. Yeah, so I think, honestly, Miller, you need to probably stop trying to start new projects and start thinking how you do approach projects is the thing that you need to work on first. That's my suggestion in this situation, because it seems like you are putting too high of expectations on yourself and not letting yourself fail, because it's okay to fail. Failure is a great, gorgeous, gorgeous thing, because you learn so much from it. You learn probably more from a failure than a success most of the time, because not only do you learn how to succeed eventually from a failure, but you learn how to avoid a failure potentially. Just think about those sorts of things. That's why I say walks are really good. A lot of people will suggest meditation and stuff. I think walks are my way of doing that stuff, because it's not like inner peace or anything. It's just letting myself go, talk out loud on the beach to the ocean, and the ocean like, do you have any idea how small my problems look when I'm looking at the ocean in front of me? There's like, I can't even see the country that's across those waters. It's so far away. I can barely see the South Island from here, and I'm fairly close to it. It's really, really good for that. That fear of success and failure are the same thing. It's about outcome, for instance. So it's determined on your mindset, in my experience. Is that if you see it as a failure, then it is a failure. If you see it as a not successful yet, and you need to do something else to improve and all that, great. I do the same, but it's never room for me. Yeah, like, I think genuinely a lot of people undervalue the benefit of just going for a nice, like, nature walk or whatever. Especially here in New Zealand, it's a big deal. where we do have a lot of nature available to us, so it's really great for doing those walks. But like, this is the thing, it's like we can go into the cycle of talking about what should and shouldn't be done, and what I could suggest and what I can't suggest. And at the end of the day, that's what I was saying earlier, and apologies for the raiders coming in at that moment, of just like, I have so much wrong with my body and my health that like if I go at the rate that I'm going, this game's never gonna see completion that I'm working on, right? Like, I've probably got, if nothing happens between now and whenever, I've probably got another, like, solid 5-ish years in me of being able to work on something like this. In fact, that's probably less than that now, because of the damage I've done in addition. Like, I wake up to microwaving some rice from the fridge as my breakfast. And I used to not even have breakfast, and now I make a conscious effort to have breakfast as often as I can. Only missing out when I don't have stuff available. Because I have to make this fastest and simplest thing in the mornings. And then, after this, I'll probably make some fried rice. Like, I don't like talking about some of the stuff because it just turns into a sob story of like, oh, woe is me, I'm only eating rice and pasta and like slightly seasoning it with pepper. Maybe having a slice of cheese if I've got some available. Oh no. It's like, yeah, that does suck. It means my my nutrients, my proteins are fucking awful. And like, it's because everyone's life's different. My life is no harder than another person's life to live. Because I can't say that their life is easier or harder, because I'm not living theirs, and neither are they living mine. Like, can I say my life sucks ass? Yes, and I'm pretty confident everyone can say that. But it's not about looking at how your life sucks ass, it's what do you need to do to be a better person? And not by, like, better person for other people, better person for yourself. A person that means that your next day is going to feel better. And that's important. I don't leave myself a lot of wiggle room, and I don't treat myself very well. And these are things I know, and that's because I've just kind of given up on a lot of those things. Because I don't see treating myself as well as a important thing anymore. Right. Is there any other input stuff that I want to sort out now? Well, I think. Oh, I should probably get the leveling thing done. That I keep thinking about. How do I do it? Where is the location for that again? I think it's in here. Okay. So I'm going to... How do I do this? Yeah, so it's only run on things, so I need to probably run the... Okay, when do I run it, though? There's individuals here. If EXU's thing, else skill level is not equals 0, do the initializing. Which is this stuff here. And otherwise, gains this. So I just need to add into either of these lists. No, it'll be here. On leveled, so I need to have 4 here. That should fix it. I'm pretty jealous of people who can keep going, like how everyone deals with burnout so quietly and smoothly. We don't. This is the thing, and this is a difficult one to ever swallow in any time of anyone's lives. But do you know what the worst part of depression is? Is you're selfish as fuck. You don't recognize that what's happening is you feel like you're drowning when everyone else around you isn't. But the truth is, everyone's drowning. Where everyone does everything in their power to never show how badly it's going. And now that's not to diminish your thoughts, that's to make you realize that it's like, no, you aren't alone. Everyone's suffering, everyone's fucking miserable. Why do you think most, like, fucking humor from millennial genre is, like, so dark and edgy in those ways? And I don't really like it, because it's basically just, yeah, it's a reflection of the fact that a lot of us are just kind of fucking done with it. Like, I've worked at McDonald's making a burger, having a mental breakdown, crying, and just still kept making burgers. And not being able to take a break. And that's purely because, like... I gotta get paid. I ain't like, able to eat if I don't get paid. Alright. So, I want to see if this works. We put on a mask. Yep. No, like, is it I believe it's a Japanese philosophy thing of, like, the 3 masks? I always believe that being the case, honestly. It's the mask that you show to others, the mask that you show to those that are close, and then the mask that is underneath that is the true person. And nonetheless, even by that analogy, like the analogy of it, even your true self is a mask. Right? And like, realistically, we have so many masks, we interchange them. We have mask for group A, mask for group B, mask for when I'm out in public, mask when I'm with family, all these things, right? I've narrowed down my masks to being a lot more consistent because it just isn't worth my time. If you don't like me for who I am, you can eat my ass. I need to play as holocure. So, 120 damage. Movement speed's still not showing correctly. What does individuals give again? Individuals was... crit chance and movement speed. And movement speed's not displaying correctly currently. I feel like I do pick-me talk. I'll be honest, you do kind of do a little bit of pick-me talk. That's kind of why I think earlier you had that complaint of like you feel like what is it? Are you feeling different or anything like that? Because I wasn't responding to everything immediately that you were saying. And there was a couple of statements that I was just like, there's nothing really to say there. Don't need to be sorry. Being sorry just means you're, like, remorseful but not doing anything about it, right? Reflecting. Just be reflective positively. And analytically. That's always a fun word to say. Analytically. Okay, so I need to stay as formal. So, 15% crit chance. We need a level and thing. God damn it. Okay, we got 10%. Yep. No, cool. It's working now. Because then if I switch here, 5% crit chance? Yeah. Be a good proton. Stay positive. I fucking hate it, and I love it. It's gorgeous. I'm being booed out. I mean, I stand by. You have to do a lot to get me to tell you to fuck off. Like, I know what it says about me, but I'm a highly resilient individual nowadays, and it's because I spend my time processing my emotions, because then I can understand that other people have emotions, and they go through shitty stuff as well. And that's always another thing. It's just, yeah, you can acknowledge shit by, like, words going, ah, yes, this person definitely has a shit time, but, like, actually knowing that and feeling that, it's hard. One of the things I do wrong is I overdo the whole, no, I get where you're coming from thing. Because I'll often, like, use an example point to just go like, hey, no, I do get it. Which is not really what some people want to hear. Some people just want to hear, yeah, no, it sucks, I get it. Even sometimes they don't want to hear the I get it part. Alright? Eat my ass? I said eat my ass a lot. Again, it's not the right kind of streams for that stuff. Okay, that needs to be fixed now. But like this is why I say, yeah, it's at the end of the day, I'm just a random dude on the internet. I don't know your life. I don't know how you live your life. I don't know how easy or hard it is to do the stuff you deal with because you're also in a completely different context to me. I'm trying to do my best to give you advice based on my own life. Nothing more. Again, me offering help is just almost diminishing what you're actually going through. It's devaluing the things that you're dealing with. Me saying, no, I've got the answer for you. It's like, fuck no. Nobody's got the answer for you. Okay, I still think this bite deals too much damage. To be fair, I just think Full Morcor has way too much damage, because it's like, with Hellborn Collar and the crit increase, I think it's too high. I think I need to like half that shit by a long shot. I'm level 14 and one of my weapons is dealing like 20 damage. My switchback is dealing like 11, 12? Which, like, to give an idea, that should be what a late-ish game weapon is doing without amplification. This is a fucking rank 4. And it's a lot of amplification from one source. We don't even have that much. I need to figure out why the movement speed's not showing. I'm gonna do that now. Player stats window. Move speed. Ah. There we go. It's always better to listen out than spit out not my responsibility, in my opinion. Even if you're not a pro, there are just trying more to handle the mistakes better and minimize the negative outcomes. I don't know if I fully agree with that. Again, experience trumps knowledge, because knowledge is experience. But at the same time, like, my knowledge or experience doesn't translate to what works for you. Again, like, I can give all my stuff, but, like, you don't have a heart, like, a congenital heart condition, all that sort of stuff. Nor do you live in New Zealand, so a lot of my contextual information isn't worth it, right? Like, you've not had multiple heart attacks literally today. during stream. I think we're at 4 now. .2, swap. 2. Cool. Movement speed's showing again correctly. And I'm not trying to say, like, what I've got diminishes what you've got. It's just my stuff is different to your stuff. That is what I'm saying. That's what everyone should say. What I deal with is not what you deal with. What you deal with is not what I deal with. And that's okay. Apples ain't pears, exactly. But I do try and make an effort to be positive on my streams. Because I think that's on something that, like, I could very easily not be. And I feel like that just creates the wrong kind of atmosphere in the streams. Something I've been trying to avoid. Even though sometimes it happens, and that's just because, again, we get into serious discussions and we talk about real life things. And when you talk about real life things, it's kind of hard not to get a bit depressing in some regards. And that's the case with everyone. The other problem I have is that I just don't go out and do things often enough, so I don't have positive things to talk about. Like, you have any idea how much I'd love to go down to Wellington for a day and go to the zoo and shit like that? Like, that stuff sounds great to me. Like, hanging out with mates every few days or something like that would be good. Like, again, I've said this before, but, like, if I'm living in Palmy, there is a very good shout that, like, every week or two, I'll just be hanging out with friends in person. Going and, like, either coming over for just a casual yarn, or playing some Magic, or coming over for foods, or they're coming over for foods, or whatever, right? But that's not what I'm in now. What I'm in right now is the only time I go outside is grocery shop or, Magic. Doxing himself when? I mean, I've said I live in, Pram many a time. It's just a big enough place, and if you want to try and find me, there's plenty of other easier ways to find me than me saying stuff. Ironically enough, it's easier to find my location by not listening to me and just using all my local data stuff that you could possibly screen. Than it would be to try and, like, listen to me explaining that I live by the beach, I live in the Paraparaumu Wellington region. It's like, well done, you've now got, like, a fairly narrow zone to check in. But the amount of time that you would have to spend to get my actual location, it's easier to just screen me from the ground up. It's not hard to get that information as well if you really want. I mean, technically my age is on the internet somewhere. I'll give you that. But where do I send the pipe bomb to? Fucking... I'm sure if you send it to your mum's place, I'll get it. My god, I've turned into an Xbox Live kid again. A dream. Alright, what else is there to sort out? Alright. There, yeah. Change input. Index input type, yeah. So how would I take in a value like that? Because there's two things I'll need to do. There's a check that I'll need to make to safeguard, on Molesworth Street, Wellington. God, no! There's a mail of mail going Xbox 360 kiddo when he wants to insult someone in a wise guy way. Dude, I remember playing Halo, man. I did. What was I gonna fucking look up again? It was, how... This is a joke? Yeah, I was about to say, it's like a... Alright, Did you look at... Okay, I'm gonna be honest, right? Could be less of an asshole about responding to this. It's like, having an answer in the manual, cool, awesome, great. Don't have to go, did you check the manual? Doesn't even come up with the fucking thing. Well done. It's probably changed position in the data's point. Keyboard input, because I'm trying to find out what current key is being pressed. Send a Miku cosplay to Mel's house. Hell yes. Keyboard key. Is this what I need? The most helpful Reddit. Dude, I hate Reddit for that reason. It's just, they're so fucking assholey. Rolled nat 1 on the Constitution. Ooh. Know that feeling. Know that feeling all too fucking well. Sucks. Refers to the value the keyboard key was in the previous frame. Returning the key code of that key, all standard key code constants are returned. This variable is not read-only and you can change it. For example, you can set it to VK no key if you handled it already. Interesting. Because that is the address of the beehive? Yeah. Nah, I mean, wouldn't it be funny to watch, Winston Peters wear a fucking Hatsune Miku cosplay? Oh my god, I'm not gonna get that image out of my head! Ah! No. 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 And to anyone that's not in New Zealand, realize that is one of those kind of like damning images in your head that you will never want to ever have, and you want to burn the world for having had it in your head. I'm gonna show up in New Zealand one day and you won't even know how close it get. Dude, I stand by. If, Roger, if you come to New Zealand, let me know, I'll take you out for a drink. I try and make that rule as often as I can. There's people I know, if you come over to New Zealand, let me know, I'll take you out for a drink. You're paying. I mean, what? Look, I can pay for my own drinks, you can pay for yours. We can go to a place, I'll take you to said place, but that's about it. See you in like 2 years, hell yeah. But it will constantly respond to pressing the backspace key by erasing the last character. This variable is not read-only. Interesting. See you tonight, I live in your basement since yesterday. Joke's on you, I don't have a basement. New Zealand don't have basements, man. Something that was wild to me. Okay, yes, a keyboard last key. I don't have to follow American drinking laws in other countries. No, you do not. How old are you now, Roger? Because if you're 18, let's go drinking. And where do New Zealand Redditors lock their kittens in? I would not know, nor do I want to. Approaching 20 in about 5 months. Yeah, you're fine if you just came over now. I could... Dude, to give you an idea, laws in New Zealand are age of consent and driving age are 16. Drinking age is 18. And I think also voting age is 18. Like, we genuinely send it way too early. In a lot of ways. It's great. At-home drinking culture in New Zealand is fucking insane. The vast majority of us are alcoholics through and through. I am not an exception to this argument. Do all this at the same age is a bad idea. Yeah. But yeah, there you go. So, best idea, fair. If you came to New Zealand, you'd be able to drink. I'm not condoning that because I feel like that's kind of almost illegal, but it's a weird one. It's not illegal, but it almost feels like it is. That's all correct as a New Zealand. Yeah. Matthew can back me up on this. It's... New Zealand's a fucking silly place. Back to the whole, can't let any squatters take it. Fair. How's the... By the way, Roger, how far off are you from a new job? Drinking age used to be lower? Yep. Drinking age did used to be lower. To be fair, though, so two things about that as well. In New Zealand, they used to not check ID, like at all. They just assumed, and everyone was pretty chill. And then also, yeah, if you're with family, or you're in a non-official, like an alcohol selling place, they'll let it. They didn't care. All right, like if you went to a restaurant, the parents could order alcohol for you. That is okay because it's no longer on the restaurant; it's on the parent because it's parent jurisdiction. If you're, I think that's become less the case now, and they're a little bit more touch and go with that. But in New Zealand, if you're at home, your family can let you drink. But no, nice to hear though, the 1 week away, Roger. Awesome. Pulse on me, yeah. Driving? Oh, yeah. No, driving's worse. Driving used to be a lot younger. Drinking, on the other hand, though. Drinking is the one that I know the lot about. Because, yeah, drinking's a fucking wild time in New Zealand, the history behind it. There's a reason why there's a huge drinking culture. I just need some way to exit the US in at least 4 years. Go work at Riot Games and go to France or whatever it is again. I'm sure that'll do you. Or you could go work at like Digital Extremes in Canada. That's different enough, right? Or the next asset. Yeah. To be fair, Canada's getting like... Dude, the world politics at the moment. I'm not gonna go into it, but my lord is it wild at the moment. New Zealand's politics are fucking amazing, for the stupidest reasons. And the same with US. Politics is a wild one. But I don't want to get into that. I've gotten into it in the past and I feel shitty every time. Because there's no good answers. We made special shops, yeah. France. Look, I hate the French as everyone does, but it doesn't stop the fact that you can get the fuck out. Alright, I'm going back to having a break. Fuck you. Try hard version of deck activating. I still love how this is considered a rank 4, according to this. Google French flag, then Google the real French flag. Oh no, I know where this is fucking going. I've just clicked to what it's gonna be, right? It's gonna, so that's the French flag. Yeah, there it is. I see it. Immediately I see it. It's fucking white. God fuck damn it. How did I not get that in faster? But why would someone like to live in a nation where the constitution consists just of dicks and more of dicks? Yeah, well, I mean, isn't that every country? Realistically. As it should be. Exactly. Culling the weak seems really good. Here's a nice dick. Exactly. Best dick around. All the kids love playing on my dick. God, that ad is something else, huh? I actually do have a really nice dick here, though. Jokes aside, I love it. I think, yeah. Larger with sleeves, god damn it. Go trim your bushes, lad. To be fair, there is some stuff that needs to actually be trimmed around here. Angel's Grace, actually. What? Yeah, why not get Angel's Grace? Right there. Anyway, I found the hole. God damn it, Roger. I'm sure he'll be fine. He won't be fine. Leyline book. Oh yeah, this is me going like, what would the deck look like if I did go for hyper optimized for the Hashton one? Like, I'm just curious to see what the deck would kind of look like and what cost it would sit at by the end. Because, like, you can't deny there's a part of your brain that you just want to see what happens if the deck's left to happen. Right. Whenever you discard a card, exile that card from your graveyard. Pay 1 life, exile the top card of your library face down, put that card into your hand at the beginning of your next end step. Is that actually that good with this? Because you're gonna want to mass discard. I mean, it disables any of your reanimation. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Ancient Tomb would be And yes, I see Urza's Saga there. That was another one that I'm like, if this deck was to get hyper optimized, Urza's Saga definitely goes in. Because that's 3 things I'm pulling with it. It's good for not going for reanimation. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, there's a soft bit of reanimation in here. So I'm wondering if, like, honestly, this Liliana goes out of it at this point. There's reanimate, and that's about it, I believe. The rest is just mass expelling. For this deck, honestly, yeah, maybe it is just worth it. Take out reanimate, smash that in there. Necropotence. Yeah. Especially knowing we've got a bunch of tutors as well. Tutors are really good for that. Lotus Petal and Lion Diamond Eye. Oh yeah, true. Sol Ring does get pulled by it, though I don't know if Sol Ring's sticking. Sol Ring probably sticks, but I don't know. Yeah, so that one goes in. I'm probably gonna pull a lot of lands out, because a lot of these, like, deserts definitely aren't that great anymore. Because we're gonna need the fetch lands in here. And we're gonna probably need shock lands as well. Deals 1 damage for me, sacrifice this. Target player draws 3 cards, then discards 3 cards. Activate only if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard. That's actually kind of tempting. Sol Ring's great, yeah. Like, Sol Ring's one of those ones where, like, it's really hard to not justify in most decks to some capacity, but there's also, like, that's kind of why I'm saying, like, there's a good argument against it in this deck. It's cheap. It's actually not that cheap. It's like $2. Like, it's consistently like $2-3. That's the problem. Yeah. What the fuck is this card? Tap to take 2 cards from your library. Wait, no. Holy shit, this is insane. Wait, no. This card actually seems kind of insane. So this is tap to take 2 cards from your library. So I'm guessing draw? So it's draw 2, after which you must immediately discard 3 cards from your hand. So it's basically, the wording on it's fucking terrible, but I think it's draw 2, then discard 3. That's not bad. Yeah, Mox Amber, honestly tempting as well. Look up the thing on Oracle. True. So Bazaar of Bugada. There we go. Because I'll cut, yeah. Draw 2 cards and discard 3 cards. Yep, there you go. I was right. There is a modern version of it printed that is just literally that. A land that taps draw 2, discard 3. It's tempting. Okay, so looking at lands, this is no longer great. This is no longer great. Yeah, so definitely Flooded Strand and a lot of those things. So Shocklands and Fetch Lands are all going in. This is a hyperspeed deck after all, so Shocklands work very well. Chrome Mox. I'm considering it as well. Polluted Delta, that's it. Then yeah, technically these would also be really good. Don't forget Saval lands. Are Saval lands gonna be good enough in this? Because they still come in tapped, right? If you're not the starting player, you may begin with this with a luck counter on it. If you do, exile the card from your hand. They can be fetched and act as top decks manipulation. I'm not disagreeing with that, because I do know that they have the typings on them, so they can be fetched. But like, the thing is, this deck probably wants to win before you hit 4 or 5 mana. Right. So lands that come in tapped are less useful, just because of that. Anyway, time to go back to tidying with this on the background. Fair enough. Enters tapped unless you have 2 or more opponents. Probably have Morphic in here. And swept path. And that's almost all the fetch lands that are useful for us. See. Clouds. So yeah, there's one of the Surveil lands. It's enters tapped and the Surveil. It is island. I mean, at least the Undercity Sewers. I do agree with Undercity Sewers at least. Just because, like, that's the 2 mana that we're going to be probably hurting for the most in this deck. But, like, I don't think I agree with anything else past that. Like, Pain lands are great as well. That probably comes out. That probably comes out. Comes out. That comes out. Like, the thing is, like, with the argument that I've been making, like, Bojuka Bog feels bad. Because how often am I actually going to give a shit about their graveyard getting big enough for that? Yeah, like, I feel like that's most of my... Yeah, that's a 36 land base, and most of it's fetch land. I can probably pull the land base down a little bit as well, if I need to. 36, pretty high. I mean, good lord. This is a $4,600 US dollar deck. If we would have... And I'm still thinking it needs more optimization, which is probably pulling out a couple more cards that are cheaper as well to add more power to it. Which is kind of funny. Like, it's still got a lot of zombie synergy, surprisingly. But it's just like, oh, sorry. There is so much tutoring in this deck that it just speeds through everything. Like, I expect this deck to nuke my own health bar, but probably kill everyone within the first, 5 turns of the game. Also, the salt summary, according to this, is pretty fucking high. Bless you, thanks. CDH deck have land is 20. Really? Is land being 20 the CEDH way? How do you do that? Because with this, I don't see what you'd remove. Other than basic lands? I guess maybe the opponent lands? Do you just genuinely strip out basic lands out of this? I guess so, yeah, right? You get like 2 lands in hand, 1 fetch land, and you're probably set. You probably have like a couple of other things here and there as well. Like, Command Tower is arguably one of the worst ones in here as well, still. Sending me a CDH link on Discord? Okay. Because I bet like Mana Vault's gonna be in there, but I feel that Mana Vault's not as great. Very Time Raveler. They had sorcery, so that's pretty rough. Okay. A lot of lockout, very few sorceries, mostly draw and cycle. And tutor, yeah. Lot of instants, that's what I expect, yeah. Because you kind of want to speed through. Very low curve. Artifacts, a lot of ramp artifacts, I see. And then enchantments, animate dead. Mermaid, what's that? Oh no. Okay. Ristic Moor, yeah. Necromancy, one of the, like, worst fucking texts. Ristic, I don't agree with. Smothering Tide, I feel like you're adding those because you can add those. I don't actually think they're that good. Tortured Existence, I agreed with that one because it's a discard creature card and get a card from a graveyard. 28 land, Tomb, Mesa, Cavern of Souls. I don't have Cavern of Souls in. City of Traders, that blows a land up. Emergence Zone. Cast spells as though they had flash. That, actually, no, that one I agree with. Having the emergence zone's probably worth it. But like, so what is it with basic lands? Does it have any? No, it just straight up doesn't have any basic land. So if we shred our basic land out, don't know if I agree with this, but we'll see how it feels. So that Scrublands, that one. Tundra. So we've got Sea of Clouds in here, and that's, yeah, it's one of those lands. I don't know if this is consistent enough. 28 lands? Like, I feel like it's very scary to play on that low land count. I don't agree with the Exotic Orchard. I do agree with the Emergency Zone, though. Or Emergent Zone, sorry. And that's actually a great one. 1 mana tap, I can play as Flash. You mulligan a lot in CEH, that makes sense, I guess. Basically mulligan down till like you have exactly 3 land, basically. Yeah, it's because they've got more Surveil lands in. Like, Gemstone Cavern seems so questionable to me. Because, like, that's kind of what you're doing, right? Is you're mulliganing down so you have Gemstone in your hand. Unless you're playing first, so you kind of want to run second, maybe, on this? I mean, with those changes, I'm down at 28. Multiform. Okay, yeah. So it's basically you're good looking for exact hand. I guess like the biggest difference is I still have Evolving Wilds in here. That gets out. I don't think Terramorphic's in here anymore. I did remove that one. But Sea of Clouds probably comes out then. I don't know. But they've got Meticulous Archive, we do not. Marsh Flats. We've also got Misty Rainforest. No, that's that one down there. Minor Confluence, Hallowed, Godless, Gemstone, Floodstrand. I don't think Exotic's that good. It is a land on turn 0. It is a land on turn 0 if you're not going first, and it is bad if it's not a land on turn 0. That's the thing. Like, that's what I'm looking at with it. Like, Gemstone Caverns is definitely a card that you, like, you hard mull for that. Because it comes down with a luck counter on it. If it doesn't have a luck counter, it's just a colorless 1 mana land. That you play naturally at some point. Otherwise, yeah. It's just there's no basics, which kind of throws me off a little bit. So enchantments. What do we have for enchantments? We have Dreadhorde Invasion, which they don't have. Necropotence, which they don't actually have. Renewed Solidarity, which I struggle saying this is a bad card. Because, like, if you don't get a turn 1 win, this is insane. This gives you so much follow-up potential. But it means that, like, because it means that you're playing for the board, which I think is the problem. Playing for the board on 3 mana is probably not worth it. Not with this deck. I think that's kind of what I'm seeing here. But that's why I'm like, I don't understand why Smothering Tide's worth it at that point then. Because, like, okay, so you're getting probably 3 or 4 lands down in the first few turns. You get Smothering Tide down, you've now, like, fairly consistently gonna get some of the stuff. Same with Ristic Study, I can see an argument for, but better, because you want to shred your deck as well. But, like, at this point in time, like, the problem with this deck is it feels like someone just threw cards in that they know are CEDH. Like, really good, like the One Ring, and didn't think about the consequences of this deck. Because this deck, I feel like, is going to burn out more often than it's not. Right? Like, I feel like it's just it's not going to reach its potential. Like, I'll agree with the Teferi add-in, because you kind of want to have at least one Planeswalker. Right, and this is a pretty decent Planeswalker, because it's return 1 target artifact, creature, or enchantment to its owner's hand, draw a card. Until your next turn, you may cast sorcery spells as though they had flash. But it's mainly the passive effect of people can't cast instants now at instant speed. So you shred other people down quite a bit with that. You want to find another for comparison? It's tempting. Because, like, so by this one doesn't... Yeah, I agree this can probably come out at this point because it's not coming down naturally. Binding Mummy's just so good, though, because being able to just tap down artifacts and creatures as you're playing out your Hashton effects, it's just more, I guess, the argument of, like, what goes in its position, right? So, obviously, I agree with, like, Ginger Taxis, Progress Titan. That definitely makes a lot of sense. And Lotho, Corrupt Sheriff seems to be very consistently in a lot of other people's decks. Oh, that one's really good. Oh god, that's fucking scary. Wait, what? That's one I might want to add to my normal deck. Discard a card from hand, gains flying until the next turn. Threshold gets +1/+1 and can't block. Because, like, this is one that I don't know if I get why you want this. Because this is Ranger Captain of Elos, right? So when it ETBs, you search your library for a creature card with converted mana that costs 1 or less, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle your library, sack it. Your opponents can't cast non-creature spells this turn. Is it just so you get the sack effect? Because there is no... Outside of one card here and one card here, there is no fetch targets for this. So there's 2 fetch targets total for that thing. Is that worth it? I think it's just for the sack effect. 3 mana sack, they can't, it'll wipe your board. Search for the Imp, which is a free discard outlet. True. It is a consistent way of getting the imp. I actually agree with that sentiment. So at that point in time, you add in the putrid imp, which the best part is the wording on putrid imp is you can do this more than once per turn. Discard a card from your hand, it gains flying until end of turn. Do it again, do it again. It still keeps gaining flying, but it's not doing anything. But you can free sack outlet. Or discard outlet, which is the idea. I genuinely think it's the sack effect that's the main reason you want it. You may cast non-creature spells as though they had flash. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you can birds, frogs, otters, and rats you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Untap them. Oh. It now has flying, 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 and flying. Yeah, exactly. But like, Grand Abolisher seems insane, right? Like, oh, I'm not gonna dispute that. Displace a kitten. Which one was this one? When you cast a non-creature spell, exile up to one target non-land permanent you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Isn't that really bad? Because, like, okay, I expect to be corrected on this. I can't do that on tokens. Like, that just actively feels like it's not doing something with this deck. Like, it's genuinely just bad. It's just, again, this is my problem. I think this is in here because this person goes, well, Displacer Kitten's good. Like, this Magistrate. Opponents can't cast spells from anywhere other than their hands sounds insane. I would have loved this in my deck the other day. Send you another one, FYI. Okay, I'll look. Pull that one up. Because it's the difficulty reading some of these, and I'm just like, I feel like the problem is people are too busy going like, well, this card's good, and not thinking about why the card's good. S% and all, yep, no, I 100% agree with this in this deck. Like, I think I should add it to my natural one. Hoarding Brutal, yeah, I've put that in there. Hullbreak Horror, yeah, I kind of agree with this. It's a really scary card. You control, yeah, like, this is another one where I'm like, this is great. This is actually good in here. This is someone paying attention. But yeah, land count is really low. Just, that makes sense, I guess. But yeah, so Ristic Study I kind of agree with. Yeah, see, this one's a lot more the style I think I'd go. I do agree with Dreadhorde coming out. Renewed Solidarity's just... I think my problem is I'm believing the game to go for longer than it will. This sounds really weird to say, but like, that I think is my problem, is Renewed Solidarity is incredible in this deck. When you're going for like 5 turns. This deck's aiming to end the game in the first 5 turns. Right? Like, that's what I'm seeing fairly consistently with these. Tortured Existence I still think's great because it's a 1-mana sack outlet and I can recurse. I still don't think I'd go for Ristic Study, but hey. Yeah, so that's the flip one for blue. Tainted Pact. Yeah, we've got Vampiric, Tainted Pacts. So I disagree with Swords to Plowshare, but I also still think it's good. Wandering Arachnid's an interesting choice. Wait, is that... Whenever an opponent casts an instance or sorcery, they may pay 2. If they don't, you may copy that spell and you may cast new targets for that copy. And then it flips to, what is the flip? Each player looks at the top 5 cards of their library, reveals a land card or an instance or sorcery card from among them, then puts that card they revealed this way into their hand and the rest on the bottom of their library in a random order. Each player gains 3 life. Huh. I don't think this is a bad choice, actually. Like, genuinely, I think this is a good card. It's copying opponent's tutors? Yeah, it's kind of my thought as well, right? Like, you're countering... The beauty is, right, is that you can counter spells with this. And you can copy off tutors. This is actually really good. In that case, it slows them down. Yeah, but like that's that point, right? Is like in this kind of format, you're spending potentially 2 extra on every spell you, like every sorcery and instant. That's a lot of mana long term. I actually really agree with this. Like, even the flip side's decent, but like this side's insane. As well as it's 5 colorless, so you can just have this fucker down pretty cheaply. Even not considering Hasherton. Oh my god, wait, no. Holy shit. Wait. No, serious talk? You know what's also insane with this? Is when someone does an asymmetric board wipe. They can't do that into this. Like, just think about those ones where it's like, kill everything that's below a certain CMC, get mana for it. You get the mana, they don't. If they let it, obviously, if they don't pay the extra 2. Which they're gonna pay the extra 2 at that point. Like, you can fizzle their spells, potentially. Because that's the other thing, is like, not only can they like play a counter spell and then you could counter the counter spell, but you could also counter the actual spell and fizzle their counter spell if it's going to give them a benefit. It's rare. I mean, I'm not disputing that, but like, that's kind of that idea, right? Is it's just like situations where that sort of stuff could arise is really, really good. Honestly, this is a card that I'd honestly want to add to, like, my real deck. Because I don't think it's, like, obscenely good, but I think it's really nice. Deal combat damage, whenever this enters the thing or deals combat damage to a player, starting with you, each player votes for evidence or bribery. For each evidence vote, investigate. For each bribery vote, create a treasure token. I've seen this in both decks, and I've seen this in the, like, suggestions. It seems good. I still think this is insane. Discard a card, add 3 mana. Great. This one gets so many benefits after discarding. This one can probably come out now. Because it looks like I'm gonna put in a lot more artifacts if I was to follow through with a lot of this. Sacrifice another zombie, create 2 tokens. This might be too slow. I think that's the problem here. Evolve. When a creature you control enters, if that creature has greater power or toughness than this creature, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. When an opponent casts a non-creature spell with mana value less than his power, draw a card. I mean, that's a decent card draw. And it's potentially coming down as a 4/4. If I discard it. If not, it's going to end up as a 4/4 pretty easily. It was infinite with Time Sleeve. What's that? Is that in here? This one. Oh. Oh, yeah. No, I see. That's why it's in there. You also you can get it down for cheap because you can discard and Hashton it. So when it ETBs, you get the effect immediately. So yeah, you get guarantee free turn trigger every time you do this, and it's flying. Potentially, there's a good chance they're not going to have reach or flyers out. If not, like, yeah. Okay, I see what the Rock is cooking with that one. Mana Vault keeps turning up. I'm still mixed feelings on it. Like, I get that it's good, but I just don't see enough of it being good at the same time. It makes the artifacts from damage. Yeah. Ward 2? Yeah, it's Ward 2, it's flying. It potentially comes down as a 4/4 for 3 mana because of Hashton. And like, oh no, it comes in tapped. Whatever will I fucking do? Yeah, so that's why you want lots of artifacts as Chrome Mox, sorry. Falwa Stone. That's the tap any land your opponents produce. Does this also have exotic? Yeah, I guess it's because you're 3 mana, so it's kind of consistent. I've now been slightly convinced. This one? Oh, that one. Alright, I'll take that one out for exotic. I guess, yeah, like, you're really going for the instance and removing the creature part of this deck. Because, like, I've got 46 creatures, that suggests fucking 22, and the other one suggested, like, 20-something as well. 24, yeah. Like, Orcish Bowmasters definitely feels insane in this, because it just amasses, and you get a lot of value out of it. Like, you're trying to fuck up their draw quite easily. And an untapped multicolored land is great. Yeah, like, it's when you see it that way, it makes a bit more sense. I think it's because I've seen too many times where, like, it just ended up being colorless for me, but that was because I was playing like 2-color decks with exotic in it, because pretty goldens. I still feel like that's decent, but I guess it's too slow. So is that. And so is all of the ones where it's like something dying. It's too slow. Sounds so stupid to say. Don't care about flying. Because I'm not playing for board, I'm playing for instant wincon with this. Yeah, like, you're clearly playing to just win the game in one turn. So anything that's like too big that isn't easy cheatable is just gone. And you're not winning the zombie synergy anymore at all. Like, I like this just because it was a removal spell, but it's too expensive. Like, ironically enough, yeah, like, Childra definitely comes out, because, like, it's just too expensive and the recursion doesn't matter. Tammet, I honestly think almost comes out of the base deck at this point still. It's still a very easy debate for me. Like, okay, so I've probably removed all the creatures I'm willing to. We're now down to 25 creatures. Good lord. Also, the salt summary is up to 70. Okay, yeah. Gotta love when the salt summary just keeps rising up. What are the sorceries I even have in this deck? Demonic Tutor, Living Death, which, yeah, could probably say goodbye to that. And Reanimate. So Imperial Steel is Search, and it's basically, it's Vampiric but sorcery. It's good in this deck with Thassa, yeah. No, like, that's the point, is that, you want to... There's, like, 4 or 5 ways to basically, with Thassa's Oracle, win uncounterably. Like, if you stack your triggers correctly, if they do... So, I've said this with the last time, but, like, we'll use this example again. If you're doing, like, the leveler play, if you discard 2 and have 6 mana available, you've won the game. Because once the discard has occurred, it's all instant speed, and they can't be stopped. And it's like, okay, so what are they gonna do? Kill the leveler once that comes down? It doesn't do anything. Oh, but you could counter... No, you can't counter them. They are into the things. You create tokens of them. And once Hashiton's effect occurs, Hashiton's effects occurred. So basically, if you're discarded and you're discarding Leveler and Tharsas, and you've got Hashiton down, already, you've won the game. That's just not up for debate. There is no room to interact if you've let that all go through. Search your library for a card, exile it face down, then shuffle. If this card was bargained, you may cast the exiled card without paying its mana cost. If that spell's mana value is 4 or less, put the exiled card into your hand if it wasn't cast this way. Yeesh, for fucking 4 mana though? I think that's a little ambitious. Imperial Seal seems good though. I've also seen Yawgmoth's Will and... yeah. Diabolic Intent. I mean, it's probably decent. Windfall, I don't know. Maybe? Windfall's pretty solid, because they might not be expecting the return. When you name a yeah. Well, it's like, if you play out via the, like, Tainted Pack. Not Tainted Pack. What one's the one again? Is it Demonic Consultation? Yeah. If you play it via Demonic Consultation, you know what I'm gonna call the spell, or like call the card of Demonic Consultation? If you don't have a counter spell, I've won the game. That's the card that I'm going to look for off of this. Mess up their hand with Windfall? Yeah, it's kind of what I was thinking as well. Like, it's good for you and it's bad for them. I like it because it's also discard. Keep in mind, it's draw and discard, so you could do something with it and they might not be expecting it. Enters this battlefield, return up to 2 instants or sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand. It's tempting. My god, let's not look at the price of this deck, huh? We've gone back down to 78 cards, and it's, must be a real card, unfortunately, with Demonic. Does it? It just says choose a card name. I guess, yeah, so just choose a card name that's not in your deck. Unless you name Counterspell. Yeah, I'll just name Counterspell, doesn't have Counterspell in the deck. Wait a minute, why are you... oh no. Can you name Demonic Consultation? Like, just a weird question. But could you name Demonic Consultation? With Demonic Consultation? It doesn't say you can't, right? It just says choose a card name. It's like, I'm playing Demonic Consultation and I named Demonic Consultation. Have fun. It's like, that should probably leave it off as very clear at that point. Lighten Tutor. Search for artifact or... yeah, I can remember that. What got added? No. There we go. You can also name an... I believe, from what it just says, I can name any card then by accordance that is in the game, but not... has to even be, like, anywhere nearby, right? What's the fucking Underworld cookbook? Discard a card, create a food token. Sacrifice the cookbook to target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah, probably goes in. Wishclaw Talisman. This artifact enters with 3 wish counters on it. Remove a wish counter from this artifact, set your library for a card, and put that into your hand, then shuffle. An opponent gains control of this artifact. Activate only during your turn. So it is a 3 mana... Tutor? I mean, it's not bad. It's also easy to pull it out. The cheese standalone. I kind of like that. Tap an untapped creature you control, add 1 mana of any color. I mean, yeah. Just as a protection effect. So, can I just point out, this is what I mean by this stuff is never gonna work, if at this point. Because this is all still considered a bracket 4. Right? Because I would argue that no matter how you look at this deck is intended to, like, ruin people's fun. Looking for funny names. No, you're good, you're good. It's one of those things that, like, I'm just surprised. Because there's no real answer. To be fair, you're facing other deck that are designed the same way. Yeah. Chain of Vapor, what's that one? Turn target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, then that permanent's controller may sacrifice a land. If that player does, he or she may copy the spell and may choose a new target for that copy. Ooh. Yeah, Cabal Ritual I think's good. At this point, because you're gonna, like, shred so much of your deck into the grave. Yeah. I've seen this one, and this one is, again, one of those ones where, like, I feel like it's only in CEDH, Mind Break Trap. So it's, if an opponent casts 3 or more spells this turn, you may pay 0 rather than pay the spell's mana cost, exile any number of target spells. So it's basically, if something's kind of going on and people are doing stuff, you can just do this and wipe out the stack. Or wipe out everyone that's trying to interact with you. I have Mindbreak in my Volo deck. It's a good card. It's just not great often enough. Sacrifice. Okay. I mean, we're getting a lot of creatures down that are normally more expensive than they're actually supposed to be. I can't have CMC 2 or less in the deck. Oh. Jeez, yeah. Jita Karuga. Okay. Yeah, I figured it was something like that. I couldn't remember the names. Return target creature, return target non-land. I still don't know how I feel about Pact and Negation, right? Because, like, unless you have... I guess it's to try and win immediately with it. But yeah, I like Angel's Grace as just a safety net. Going off track. No, you're all good, you're all good. I mean, I'm still reading everything, right? To be fair, I could make an argument this entire endeavor here is off track, right? I already added that, okay. I mean, I said I kind of wanted to just to have a break because there was nothing else really to do in the programming side of things, so that's why we've got this. But yeah, like, I'll be honest, if I was to pick of these two decks alone, this one seems like the one where, like, I would actually see this being good. Like, genuinely, I see this one doing really well. The other one I do not see doing as well, by comparison. The best part is if you play this correctly, you can just play Silence as well, along with all of your stuff. So you can just get your combo down and they can't do anything. Like, the only thing they can do is do a... No, like, there's no casting, right? So... They can only do a effect from the board, which is hard to get effects that would counterspell from the board without a cast trigger requirement. That you don't have ways of playing around as well. I'm gonna re-add Swords to Plowshare because this deck is not gonna kill you with damage. It's not that, it's negation that we wanted to... Oh. One more card. I guess yes, that one, just give us another land potential. There you go. So, if I was to make a highly optimized deck list with Hasherton, this is what I would probably make. And this is, let's just, for the love of God, not look at that cost. Gleemax? Hell yeah. That's... fuck no. There you go. That is what I... like, a CEDH version of what I've done and how I would probably play it out. Because that's the other thing, is like, I can make a CEDH deck, sure, I can copy and paste, but like, these are the... this is one where, like, I've looked at those two decks, I've looked at other cards, and this is kind of what I would end up with. And again, just for humor's sake, because it can't detect, this is still bracket 4. This is not a bracket 4 deck. This is clearly a bracket 5 deck, right? Like, I think we can agree this is full CEDH bullshit and not fun. Totally a reasonable cost for cards as well, right? I too would spend 5,000 US dollars on this. Just to give an idea, I have on the bottom a Ko-fi bar showing how much it would cost for me to get my upgrade PC. That is 5,000 New Zealand dollars. This is almost like 8,000 New Zealand dollars to build this deck. Fuck now. Cheap one, huh? To be fair, the beauty of doing this is that we've found a couple of cards I kind of want to add to the other one that I don't think are obscene, like this Wandering Arcania. Arcaniac? There you go. Whatever. That one. I think this is actually a really cool card, and I think it's actually really nice. Just due to On One Moon or One Armageddon, my deck's now bracket 4. Yeah. Well, it's because it's basically anything that disrupts land goes into bracket 4 immediately. Like mass land disruption, all that stuff, those are considered like too high. But like, it's funny because this is a tier 4, sorry. This is a tier 3. I would consider the differences between these decks night and day. I mean, their price difference alone is fucking night and day, but like the power level of these things is night and day. I still love the salt summary is almost at 100. I feel like it is relatively... Wait. What is like the least salt decks then? There's salt cards in here, because I can sort by... No, not on this version. Is it... no, it's... group by... salt. So... these cards here are considered not salty. The Surveil lands are considered not salty? Velvagoth is considered not salty? I'm sorry, what? Command Tower is considered, according to this website, more salty than Velvagoth Terra Eater. I gotta process this. I've got to process this. Like, realize as well that Soul Ring is over here. It is in the 1 to 2 scale of salt. Velvagoth is here. Make it salty, true. Like, don't get me wrong, I get Underworld Cookbook and Tireless Tribe and Putrid Imp, those being non-salty cards. I get that, right? Because, like, the only times you're gonna see them are in very, very particular niche cases. But Velvagoth Terra Eater not being considered a salty card. Dude, I've got this card. I think this is an asshole card, and I'd love to make a deck around this motherfucker. Like, I've considered making him, if I got a second copy, a, like, full mono black deck with that. Where it's all about just being, like, stealing shit in life gain. Right? Like, you'd also have another Razaketh in there. But, like... that's kind of wild to me. That's just kind of wild. Like, again, I get most of these cards, because, like, One Ring, yeah, that should be the most salty, say with Thassa's Oracle. Stasis is the most salty, according to thing. Thassa's 6. But the thing is, Thassa doesn't go into every deck. Like, this is the thing. So One Ring, I feel like super salty just because it goes into every deck, if you have it. Right? Like, the problem with it in Standard was that it was objectively one of the best cards in the game. And you would have it in every deck, and because you had it in every deck, like, it just was unfun. I need to change this, because this, for my own sanity. How do I tell this thing that, yeah, please, for the love of God, this needs to be set as a 5. For all our sanity, this needs to be set as a 5. It's more reaction-based than strength-based. See, that's the thing. I agree with you. It's 100%, like, it's a personal thought. It's not actually if the card's good or not. But you're trying to tell me that Velvagoth Terra Eater doesn't invoke fucking the, like, Fear of God, but a Soul Ring does? A fucking Command Tower invokes more fucking salt than Velvagoth? Clearly not enough people have played against this card, and we need to fix this. I guess that's gonna be one of my new missions. No. It's already in my one deck that's a tryhardy deck. I don't want to do another deck with it for now. I could see doing a mono version of it, a mono black deck though, with it being kind of fun. Like, it's good. It's really good of a card. That's why I'm so surprised. I guess it's not in CEDH as much, because it is like a really speedy card. Like, it's like, is it 9 mana? I don't know. Spread the fear that Duskmourn felt. Yeah. Like, I feel like every Velvagoth card's an asshole card, right? Because, like, there's the other one that's the Rakdos one, right? The, it's like Ward, pay 3 life, I think it is, or something. And then it's also, like, pretty scary. It's also super cheap, that one, if I recall. Because that's the pre-con one, right? I felt like Lord of Pain overshadowed it. That's fair. Lord of Pain is really... Like, that was the problem, right, with that precon, was much like the Hashton in this one. Lord of Pain is objectively a better commander than that Velvagoth. By a long shot. Like, by a long, long shot. Lord of Pain is a rough card to play into. Harrow of Souls, thank you. That one, yeah. I don't know, it's just... I'm surprised that Terra Eater's not higher on the list. Maybe people are used to what mono black bullshit decks do at this point, that they're less scared of it. Do you want to play a game, Lord of Pain? It's like, the question is, it's not do you want to play a game in the sense that it's like, hey, let's play a game. It's do you want to play a game? Because I'm going to make it so you're not going to want to. Lord of Pain is such an asshole card. To anyone that might not know, in future reference, Lord of Pain, I mean, one of the core, like, wordings on the card is that, people can't gain health. Like, that's one of the essential parts of it that's just like, oh no, no, that's not fun, fuck you. Like, hey, you just got your hand, all permanents in your hand, and now yeah. Lord of Pain's a rough card. I like the idea of it, but I can definitely say with utmost certainty, I'm not gonna play that deck unless it's in one of the 99, I think. Because I just don't feel like Lord of Pain's a fun card to play into if you know it's coming. Whereas, like, if it's in the 99, there's a bit of a justification, because then, like, it's not obscenely gonna be consistently on the board, and completely unfun for that. But fuck, Tigger. It's fair. Yeah. There's some decisions. There's some decisions made by some of those effects. Look, I stand by though. I'm gonna stick to my one asshole deck for now with Ashton. I'm gonna finish tweaking that up to the point that I want it to be. I'm gonna try and keep it with the zombie synergy, because that actually again, I hate that this is the way it goes, but like, I'm keeping the zombie synergy because the zombie synergy keeps the power level of it down. We keep the power level of it down, and then I, like, probably, maybe tweak some of my other ones just a little bit here and there and leave it at that. I don't think I'm gonna get new decks for a long time. I got a lot of other things I need to sort out at this point. Well, I think I'm gonna call it here though. We've been going for a solid 2 and almost 6.5 hours. So we've gotten a good bit of work done. I have my list of stuff that I need to get done after this that I'll, like, work through. Zombie ate the decks, yeah, exactly. But yeah, so we'll finish up here. It's gonna be fucking Pokemans tomorrow. Which reminds me, I need to do my editing because I have enough for, I've got the last one for Wednesday and I've got none more. So I'm gonna probably have to edit on Wednesday. I have all of those streams downloaded to do the editing, but it's gonna be annoying. Well, me doing my work as per usual. Well, nonetheless though, thank you all so much for watching, hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.